You guys are on main stage. Just one second, we'll pull you in.
You need to close those doors. They can hear us. Everybody can hear us.
Heidi.
Tell Rebecca not to be in the hall at all. I know. Don't touch anything else. Don't touch anything.
All right, so I see you on there right now. Gloria, go!
Hey, welcome to our International Day of Hope and Healing, brought to you by the Open Hope Foundation with a mission of helping people find hope after loss. We are so excited today, and I'm with my co-host and daughter.
This is Dr. Gloria Horsley, my mother.
Right. I forgot to
And
introduce
I am
myself.
Dr. Heidi Horsley, her daughter. Hello, everybody.
We are so excited. You know, this is the fourth time we've done this conference, and it's been such a huge success. Thanks to you all. And, you know, we want to talk a little bit about what's been going on with the Open to Hope Foundation this past year. It's been phenomenal. It's been a banner year. We've had 7 million people visit our website. We are pleased to report that our podcasts now have over 2.5 million downloads every year. It's just amazing what has happened with the Open to Hope. And it's all thanks to you, the people who support us, and to our writers. And we especially want to thank Rebecca Horsley Barrett today because she's helped us organize this international conference. So it's absolutely amazing.
And Mom, we can't forget all of our guests. If we didn't have our guests, we wouldn't have an Open to Hope platform. Our guests that have been on over 200 cable television shows, which are on television in all 5 boroughs in New York and stream live. And, you know, all of our podcast guests.
Yes, it's been incredible. What wonderful support we've had. Well, today we've got a special treat for you to start our conference. It's going to be amazing. And we have over how many speakers, Heidi?
We have
panels?
over 30 speakers today. We have 5 panels. And so it is going to be a really exciting day. The people today have talked the talk and walked the walk. Everyone today that is participating has had very significant losses in their lives and gone on to find hope, including our singer, songwriter, who will be our first performance today, Jill Colucci.
And we'll be ending the day this afternoon around 2:00 California time. We're going to have our wonderful candle lighting. So you have your candles and your pictures. It's going to be absolutely an amazing day. You know, Heidi and I usually close our shows, our podcasts and other shows with, if you've lost hope, please lean on ours till you find your own. And we want to say that I'm sure everybody who is involved today is here for you and to support you and to help you find hope again, starting with our singer.
Absolutely, Mom. And today we are going to start this healing day with Jill Colucci, and she is going to sing.
And I want to say one more thing before you tell her what she's going to sing.
Yes.
A surprise. My fiance and I have a new song and a jingle, The Dating Doctors, and Jill wrote them for us in honor of our new book, Open to Love, The Secrets of Senior Dating, that's going to be released on Valentine's Day for those of you who've had a loss of a partner and are looking for love.
This song that she sung for you and Frank and wrote is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
It is really, really incredible. You can find hope after loss. My father died 3 years ago, and my mother has found love again.
Absolutely. 2 wonderful men in my life.
Absolutely. So we are going to start with Jill Colucci, who is right here. Hello, Jill.
Hey, Jill.
And she is going to be singing A Season of Healing. And this was written by Jill Colucci and Patricia Bahia. And let me tell you a little bit about Jill. I can't tell you enough because we could go on and on for days about her. She is a multi-platinum award-winning songwriter with #1 hits including Song of the Year, No One Else on Earth by Winona Judd, I'm Gonna Be Somebody by Travis Tritt, and Anymore, which she co-wrote with Travis. Her songs have sold over 20 million records worldwide, which is just unbelievable. Jill has entertained America as the writer and vocalist of the theme song for ABC's America Funniest Home Videos for nearly 30 years, as well as singing for numerous films and national commercials.
Absolutely. Mystic Pizza.
Yes, a lot of the things you've heard, she has done. Although Jill has enjoyed much success, she has also experienced great loss. During this time, her music changed. Her heart was opened more fully, and her songs became the vehicle for her healing. Her new CD, Heal My Heart, is an expression of her triumph over loss and the manifestation of her new path in life. And we are honored to have her opening this conference today. Thank you, Jill.
We love to.
Love you too. Thank you so much for having me. Welcome, everyone. Welcome.
I took time.
Come on in, so glad you're here. There's a place for you at the table to share your joy, share your tears. Whatever's on your heart is welcome here. And now is the time for a season of healing, a season of hope. A whole lot of love is what you need the most. A time to remember how every winter turns to spring. Come in from the storm, you'll be safe and warm in a season of healing. A season of healing. We've climbed the mountains, walked the valleys. We've made it through the seasons change. Darkness fades and turns to dawn. The sun is rising on a brand new day. And now is the time for a season of healing, a season of hope. A whole lot of love is what we need the most. A time to remember how every winter turns to spring. Come in from the storm, you'll be safe and warm in a season of healing. A season of healing. Come on in, so glad you're here. There's a place for you at the table.
That's so fabulous. Thank you so much for that beautiful song. And we are so glad, as you said, that everyone's here at the table for that place of healing today. Thank you. Thank you. You're wonderful.
Thank you, Jill. Phenomenal.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
So our next guest is going to be Dr. Ken Druck, and we're going to have a refresher class in hope. He has been a good friend for so many years and certainly will bring everybody to a place of healing to the table. So Heidi, would you like to introduce Ken? Hi, Ken. Great to see you. Healing to the table.
Can you hear
So
me
Heidi,
okay?
would you like to introduce Ken? Hi, Ken.
Good morning.
We got you now. So good to see you, as
Good
always.
morning.
And
You hear
you're
me?
always an inspiration to everyone. And do your work. He does his work in memory of his daughter, Jenna Druck, which he ran the Jenna Druck Foundation. And Heidi's going to introduce more because he's got so many credits, this man.
Hello, Dr. Ken.
Hello, good morning.
We are so blessed to have you here.
It's so good to be with you. I think I'm frozen at the moment.
Hello,
Oh,
Dr. Ken.
no, not on ours. You look good.
Okay, can you still see me okay?
Yep, you're looking great.
You look phenomenal, Frozen Ken. Ken, we have known Ken for probably 20 years.
Yeah, at least.
He actually was the guest on our very first cable show over 10 years ago. And it was a show that won our biggest award.
Right.
And it was our first one. No surprise, because Dr. Ken was our guest and he's appeared all over the news. Let me introduce him. He has a very long list of accomplishments. I'm going to only mention a few. But Dr. Ken Druck is an international authority on healing after loss. He was awarded the Distinguished Contribution to Psychology Award. Dr. Ken is widely considered a visionary leader in the field of grief literacy, Mom, a term that Ken actually coined, which I love, grief literacy. He teaches, trains, gives keynotes, speeches, writes best-selling books, coaches, and runs grief support groups and workshops. He has been to everything you can imagine, every loss, been there, boots on the ground, was there after 9/11. He just spoke, in fact, keynoted at the anniversary of 9/11. His latest bestseller is How We Go On, Self-Compassion, Courage, and Gratitude on the Path Forward.
Oh, gratitude. I love that.
Me too. Ken has been featured by Maria Shriver, Ariana Huffington, and Katie Couric, just to name a few. Welcome, Dr. Ken Druck.
It's so good to be with you. You know, today is the embodiment. You guys have given, you said, hey, let's do something this year. And I thought, God, you know what? Every day, every moment, every conference, every experience is an opportunity for a refresher class. And I don't care whether you are in the survival mode. I don't care whether it's weeks, months, years. With that, every moment offers us an opportunity to cultivate hope. So I thought it would be great to spend a few minutes talking today about what hope really is and how we cultivate it. So thank you so much for inviting me to this party. Today is an amazing day. You guys are going to meet, if you haven't already met, people like David, people like Donna. This refresher class is hopefully going to be a great start for you to open. That's what today's about. And opening isn't a prescription. It's not an order. It's an invitation. When we think about opening to hope, it's just holding the possibility in our hearts that somehow, some way, we're not going to have to live in the degree of pain or uncertainty or unknowingness. And it's beginning to understand, how do I do this? How do I go on from this moment? And that's what we're going to talk about for a few minutes. And I'm hoping that you guys can see my slides because hope, I was hoping earlier. Did you guys get my slides? Are they okay? Is technology's a part of hope, right? Not only is digging our way out of the dark night of the soul moment, but I want to start by telling you, and I want to see if this will work. If you guys can see me, please tell me whether you can see the slides I'm sharing. What I'm going to say, whether or not the slides are working, I'm going to just go ahead.
They're working.
Okay. That going on, you know, you and everybody you know is experiencing some kind of a what now moment. Those of us who've suffered horrific, unexpected, unwelcome losses in our lives are saying, this is the ultimate what now moment. How do I go on from this? How do I go on? I have a huge hole in my heart. How do people go from this moment on? And I want to share with you what I think. In my life, I was at the heights of hope. This is 1995. And I'm with my two daughters, my daughter Jenna on this side, you know, on the left side, was working for MTV. She had infiltrated MTV to change their messaging about women. And this was a moment sitting with my two daughters, picture taken by Bill Bellamy, who was one of the VJs there. Then My daughter goes on a semester at sea program and she dies in a bus crash in India. When hope is obliterated, and I know many of you are sitting out there going, my God, that's me. Now you're talking about me. And this was what I had to deal with in 1996. A phone call from the White House, from the State Department. Dr. Druck, we're so sorry. Your daughter was in an accident and she didn't fare very well. How do we go on? The experience of we get visited by an amount of hopelessness. The future has been obliterated, and we enter a period I call the dark night of the soul, which I've taken from what the ancients used to describe, when the life of somebody we love has been lost to them forever. The life of someone we love has been lost to us forever in the way that we've known it. And there's no time machine, flux capacitor, rewind button to reverse it, to undo it. And the pain is unrelenting. We find ourselves questioning whether there's life after death, treading water, grasping for air, searching for a life jacket of hope, going from the surreal to the all too real. You know that cycle we go through. One moment it's like this couldn't have happened, and the next moment it's all too real because we know it really did. And trying to manage an unspeakable, inconsolable sorrow. How big does sorrow get? How deep does it run? And attempting to summon the faith, the strength, the courage to somehow go on is what we go through. Well, the process of summoning the courage, faith, and strength to rise up from hopelessness, to find light in the darkness, is bearing the pain and sorrow, camping out in the place where we can learn to survive and go on. It's days like today where we get an invitation to open to hope. You know, it's amazing. Gloria even wrote a book about open to love. How can we take that part of us and stay open when a despair is pulling us down so hard? And that's what all of today is about. I'm so glad you guys are here with us, calling forth the kinds of thoughts and feelings that counter the inescapable sadness, despair, and yearning, tapping the strength, courage, trust, faith to rise up out of the ashes and to fight our way back into life. And the way we're going to do that, I'm going to say one thing that I hope you take out of this beginning to talk today, and that is that there's nothing more important on this journey of grief than self-compassion. It's keeping our hands on our heart, the hand of kindness, the hand of openness to greater possibilities, to somehow going on from our losses. It's the hand of support, encouragement, humility, love, and acceptance. That's the hand here, because too often, what do we all do? Our foot is up here on our throat. It's the foot of impatience, of self-criticism. You're not doing it right. You're not grieving the right way. It's the foot on our throat that inhibits healing, that inhibits the possibility that we're going to move. We're going to find fullness from the emptiness we're feeling. We're going to discover things from the lostness that we're feeling. We're going to somehow find openness and wholeness from the brokenheartedness that seems to be everything we're feeling right now. And not every moment is going to trigger a sorrow. We're going to find it triggers love in us. It even triggers gratitude, and it triggers hope to go on, and that we go on. So these are the things that we're going to talk about. Let's keep going. You know, Winston Churchill said, if you're going through hell, keep going. And we do. Beginning to find hope in honor is what I did. Honoring my daughter through the Jenna Druck Foundation, which Heidi and Gloria told you about, and beginning to be there. What did it mean to stand with 1,000 people who had just had somebody they loved be incinerated on 9/11? And hope loves company is what we discovered. So we gave one of the first town hall meetings after 9/11. And a man came in at the end of the day of one of our workshops. He was looking for his wife, and he said, everybody said, "Oh, we wish you had been here today. We've even laughed today. We're finding the path forward." And he said, "No, I know how this crap works. Misery loves company." And in the back of the room was a woman who stood up and said, "No, sir. Hope loves company." And we adopted that as our slogan. The 8 honorings are kind of a template that I want to share with you briefly for the path forward. The first one being surviving their death is an honor. It's the way we honor the person we've loved, that we have lost, that we loved. It's practicing self-care at a whole nother level. It's getting support, giving ourselves permission to grieve, to share and unburden ourselves with trusted confidants. It's learning to rest and recover and move and heal, to not know, permission to not know and to feel lost, but to trust out of that lostness comes a new kind of foundness, and to miss them and so on, to go on from that. The second honoring is to do something good in their name. For me, that was starting the Jenna Druck Foundation. It could be lighting a candle. It could be contributing to a cause that relates to how they died. It could be just summoning the strength to take care of your surviving children, to nurture and the care and feeding of your marriage. It could be anything, whatever it is, do something good in their name. And the third thing is to begin to cultivate the love that never dies. You know, I wear a necklace with the Hebrew word hineni, and it's here I am. In Hebrew, it means here I am. It's the presence of spirit. And because we can't relate to them, we're not going to ever have them in the realm we were used to them. How can we be with them? How can we stand with them? How can we express the love that never dies that we have for them and that we feel from them? And that means cultivating a spiritual relationship, allowing ourselves to talk to them and to be with them and to feel their love. And not that I know the complete true nature of life and death. I don't with 100% certainty, but it's betting our faith and putting our hope in line. So next, what's the fourth honoring? Embodying the essence, their essence, in the way we live on, becoming the better version of ourselves. For me, with my daughter, it was her unbounded enthusiasm for life, and I try to become more like her in that way. The fifth honoring takes the greatest courage. It means writing new chapters, daring, summoning, calling up from within ourselves the strength, the courage to write new chapters of life, to make new memories in our lives, and to turn the page, allowing ourselves to go forward and live out our lives with meaning, with a sense of purpose, and with love in our heart that balances out the sorrow and the missing them. People ask me, Ken, how are you after 26 years? I say, I walk with a limp in my heart, but over here I have, over here, if you can see, I'll point the camera over to, you see that beautiful colored sculpture of Legos? That was made by my grandson yesterday. Making new memories means being with my grandson, our grandson, yesterday morning, where he created this beautiful sculpture. He's 4 years old. His name is Andrix, creating a sculpture out of Legos. That's the way we go on. The sixth honoring is to take the high road. In the rawness of grief, we're impatient. We bite people's noses off. We want to drop down into our despair, our anger, our upset. And instead of that, it's catching ourselves doing that. Instead of biting somebody's nose off, it's showing them understanding, compassion, and even forgiveness. Next, the seventh honoring. As I said before, there's nothing more important that I can tell you than to keep your hand on your heart and your foot off of your throat, showing ourselves the love, kindness, support, patience, encouragement, and the permission we need to begin healing is the critical element. And stopping ourselves, catching ourselves up here, stopping ourselves from harsh self-criticism, impatience, especially impatience. It's like, when is this pain going to be? When is this going to end? And so on. So the eighth honoring is creating, harvesting, and allowing love, the gifts and miracles, the gratitude and balance to balance out this life. And today is going to give you so many opportunities to do that, to hold hope. And whether it's the hope that somehow you're going to rise up, whether it's the hope that the wars that are happening in our world come to an end, that people find peace, whatever the hope that's born of despair is much like all these things. It's that fertile unknowingness, but keeping our hands on our heart is the key. The wholeness that comes from brokenness, the hearts broken open, not closed, and the unbroken. I love this poem, and maybe it's a good start to our day, that there's a brokenness out of which comes the unbroken, a shatteredness out of which blooms the unshatterable. There's a sorrow beyond all grief which leads to joy, and a fragility out of whose depths emerges strengths. There's a hollow space too vast for words, through which we pass with each loss, out of whose darkness we're sanctioned into being and into living on, to going on. There's a cry deeper than all sound, whose serrated edges cut the heart as we break open to the place inside, which is unbreakable and whole. So my hope and prayer for you guys is to cultivate, to use this day, to stay open to hope. Keep your hand on your heart as you listen, as you go through all these wonderful speakers and these rituals and these songs, to cultivate the life-affirming, health-giving spirit of resilience that allows you to be the best possible person that you can be, and allow yourself to receive today the love, kindness, and support as graciously as you probably give it. The kindness and permission you're learning to give yourself. Let it spread like a warm breeze across the bow of your family, your community, this nation, and our world. And then Open to Hope, this wonderful organization that has convened a day like this for all of us, grows to its greatest heights in service, prosperity, and leadership. I'm so honored that you gave me this opportunity to open the day, and I'm so excited to share with you the rest of this day. Here are just some things you can do. A free copy of my self-care handbook, in case you're wondering, hey, I know how to take care of myself. When am I going to start doing it? This book might help you. And my new book, How We Go On. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Rebecca. And thank you, everybody, for showing up today and opening yourself to hope.
Ken, so fantastic. You are such an amazing guy. And I love the things you said about hope loves company, because you are the best company, and our whole Open to Hope family are so phenomenal.
I agree with my mother, Ken. You are a treasure. My father adored you. And one of his favorite quotes was the Winston Churchill quote, if you're going through hell, keep on going. Please
You
go
know, I
and get
found
his
that this
book.
morning. Was your dad hovering? And this morning I read that and I went, that needs to be in the presentation. I'm sorry, not this morning, last night. And I put it,
Wow.
I think your dad's kind of, yeah.
I think he's hovering. I think you're absolutely right. Amazing. He did love you. And I hope everybody will get Ken's book, How We Go On, Self-Compassion, Courage, and Gratitude on the Path Forward, because I know it's going to help so many of you to go forward. Thank you, Ken. We love you.
Thank you, Ken. We love you.
All right, so we have got a phenomenal guest next, Donna Sherman. I want to tell you, Heidi, Donna takes on the topics, and she really does deal with the grief and loss world. She's very seasoned in it as a person who lost her sibling early and ran the Dougie Center. Heidi will talk to you a little bit about her, but whenever we go to a conference, she's the person we sign up for, because we know Donna's going to look at current issues related to grief and loss, which she's going to do today. We're going to be talking about the grief pill is coming, what to know before you swallow it. By the way, I want to say to you all that these shows are all going to be online after. So the whole conference, so you'll be able to tell your friends and family about it, because I know you're going to want them to hear Ken and Donna and all our speakers going forward.
Yeah, like my mom said, if you want to look at what's going on currently in the grief and loss world, please just Google Dr. Donna Sherman, and you will find out, because she has her pulse in all this. She put the Dougie Center on the map and has gone all over the world setting up amazing bereavement centers for children. She is so incredibly, good at what she does. I use a lot of her things in my classes at Columbia to teach my students, and I've actually watched her work with kids, and it is amazing how quickly she can connect even
And
with
you also
teenagers.
knew her mom.
I did. I got to meet her mother. Her mother was an incredible person who did a lot after 9/11 to help the city heal.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, let me introduce her. And like I said, we'll just touch on a little bit of what she's done. Dr. Donna Sherman today is going to talk about the grief pill is coming. What to know before you swallow it. A very, very timely topic right now. Dr. Donna Sherman has a 35-year history with the Dougy Center, the first bereavement center for children in the United States. She is internationally recognized, an authority on grief and bereaved children, teens, and families. Donna is the author of the book, Never the Same, Coming to Terms with the Death of a Parent. She has been interviewed by numerous media outlets, including the New York Times, USA Today, and Redbook, just to name a few. Donna served on the board of directors with me at the Compassionate Friends and is actually a founding board member of the National Alliance for Children's Grief. Welcome to our virtual conference today, Dr. Donna Sherman.
Thank you, Heidi and Gloria. It's always great to see you and to participate in this, however many years it's been, I think maybe 10 or so years for the Open to Hope conference. And it's always a joy to share some things with the people who are listening here. I imagine a lot of people are here for the conference today because they've experienced the death of someone in their life, whether it's a child, a spouse, a parent, sibling, a close friend. And some of us have that experience, and we're also in the field. We're professionals who work with children who are grieving. We work with adults who are grieving. We may be chaplains, spiritual leaders, psychologists, social workers. So it's a pleasure to speak with you today. I'm joining you from Portland, Oregon, which is the home of Dougy Center since 1982, the National Grief Center for Children and Families, where we've been serving children beginning at the age of 3 up through teens, young adults, and their parents or adult caregivers. We have served more than 60,000 children and teens and young adults over these last 42 years. And I want to start out by saying grief is a natural, normal response to loss. It's natural, it's normal, it's universal. How we grieve may not be universal, but that we grieve is universal. And I would say grief is a necessary response to loss. And there are a few things that are happening in the larger field of mental health that I think people who are grieving ought to know about. And I want to start with saying, and I'm sure that most of you have heard the terminology complicated grief. And do I have complicated grief? What is complicated grief? And I'll just say, I believe that grief is inherently complicated. Grief is complicated because we're human and we are complicated as people, and our relationships can be complicated or complex. And so when someone in our life dies, there can be complications. And you may read things that say 10% of people, or 12, or 8, or 22, or 35. It's all over the map in the journal articles. Number of percentages of people have complicated grief. And it's my belief that the majority of us have complications related to our grief because relationships are complicated. I'll also add that even 3 years since the death of my mother during the pandemic, where I could not be present with her, and 6 months later, my brother, one of 2 brothers, dying of COVID, also could not be present with him. In some ways, I am now dealing with how that has impacted me in ways that maybe I wasn't able to in the first year, 2 years, especially since friends of mine have actually last month, 3 of my good friends' fathers died, and they were able to be present with them. And as happy as I was for them that they could do that, it activated for me again in different ways and different levels that I couldn't be present with mine. And so there are lots of different ways in which we grieve, and it's natural and it's normal. And there's an increasing movement to pathologize people who are grieving, to diagnose them with a fairly newly coined mental disorder called prolonged grief disorder, PGD. It was placed into the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which is published by the American Psychiatric Association. And it's an ever-growing book used by people who often, mostly used by people who have to give a mental disorder diagnosis in order to receive insurance reimbursement. It's a listing of mental disorders that small groups of psychiatrists and psychologists agree upon and name after a lot of what is frequently referred to, even within people in the system, as horse trading. Like, I'll give you my diagnosis if you give me yours, and what are we going to call it? And for years, there was debate about whether this would be called prolonged grief disorder or complicated grief, and prolonged grief disorder won. Now, even proponents of it, of this prolonged grief disorder, agree and admit that the list of symptoms, like all of the mental disorders in the DSM, are normal. And but if after a year after the death, you're grieving too deeply, too intensely, or too long, your duration, after a year, shouldn't be having as many problems, you may receive this diagnosis. And today I'd like to just share one concerning place that this is leading. There is a study in the United States that is experimenting with treating prolonged grief disorder as an addiction. So there were prior studies, and I don't have the time today in our short time together to go into all of the factors that led to this, but I will say those factors are flawed. They looked at something like 24 women who had mothers or sisters die of breast cancer, diagnosed half of them with complicated grief according to a 19-question complicated grief inventory, which was developed in 1999 based on white widows in San Diego whose husbands had died after 40 some years, average 40 years of marriage. And they generalized, to this day, it's still being used, generalized that population to be representative of all other populations. And we know that this is a serious problem for marginalized communities, people of color, and to have your diagnosis based on a population that doesn't represent you. But anyway, this study is happening right now, experimenting with treating prolonged grief disorder as an addiction. That is, your craving and your yearning for the person who died, partner, your child, your parent, according to these researchers, is evidence that you are addicted to the memory of the person. And to disrupt your addiction, they hypothesize, the researchers are using a drug called naltrexone, which is used to help treat opioid addiction and some other kinds of addictions. They say the point of their study is to disrupt your addiction. So naltrexone interferes with your capacity to engage in social bonding and to eliminate craving for the person who died. In the researcher's own words, and this is a quote, naltrexone reduces feelings of social connection, especially to one's closest others. Now, I hope that you find this troubling as I do. And my concerns about this would certainly exceed the time limit that I have here, but I'll just mention a few things. It is bizarre that one of the symptoms listed to be in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders in order to be diagnosed with prolonged grief disorder is the inability to connect with others. That's one of the symptoms of this alleged mental disorder. So a treatment that further disrupts your ability to connect with others makes no sense. I can't find a place in my own analysis of this where this makes sense. And certainly, if you think about it, the disruption of social connections when you are grieving, sometimes for some of us happens automatically because people don't know how to deal with us. I have heard many times through parents and compassionate friends, as well as parents who've had a child die who participate in Dougie Center groups, that sometimes they feel like people treat them as if losing a child, having a child die is like catching, contagious. People have said many things about sharing in groups, that they see people in a grocery store, they see that someone they know sees them, there's kind of a look of panic, like, I don't know what to do. The person gets very interested suddenly in a can of green beans and then turns their cart and walks the other way. And there's a sense of isolation that can happen automatically when you have a child die, when someone in your life dies that was important to you, that was meaningful to you. So this disruption of social connections, which is the point of naltrexone, all complicates even further what people are experiencing as a result of the death of someone in their lives. And I would say this disruption of social connections would be likely to weigh even heavier for people who are already isolated and marginalized by mainstream or dominant society. Black, Indigenous, people of color, for example, those who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer, that these attempts to have to say that you are addicted because you're yearning for the person, and someone there has decided that you are yearning too deeply or too long. So I am 100% opposed to treating grief as addiction or treating grief with medication. Now, please don't misinterpret, excuse me, my concern as being anti-therapy or anti-counseling. Many of us, myself included, have benefited from trauma-informed and grief-informed professionals. But I encourage you, should you seek professional help, to be cautious and to ask potential therapists what their beliefs are about grief, how they address grief. Honestly, years ago, I thought the grief pill is coming. I thought it would be for depression. Turns out the tests that have been done, the research studies that have been done about grief and depression, that antidepressants did not show up as helpful or more helpful than therapy and more helpful than other things. So I'm not anti-therapy, I'm not anti-counseling, but I am anti-bad therapy and I am anti-bad counseling. So should you seek professional help? And it's also to many of us can benefit from quality professional help. I'm not against that. I'm just saying be careful about getting prescribed naltrexone or antidepressants. Many of our families talk about when they go to their primary care physician, maybe for an annual physical, and they say, my husband died, my daughter died. Oh, let me give you a prescription for antidepressants, without even diving deeper. And 80% of the prescriptions for antidepressants in the United States are written by primary care physicians who don't really have the same training in antidepressants that others in the field have. For more information on becoming grief informed, I invite you to visit our website and to join a campaign that we are doing to try to help people understand grief and to sort of combat this idea that you have a mental disorder because you are grieving the death of your son, the death of your child, your parent, your sibling. The site is Dougy, DOUGY.org, Dougy.org/understand grief. And as I close my remarks today, I want to share a quote with you. It's from an article that Jerry Adler wrote in New York Magazine in 2012. And the article is called Crazy Sad. And he was responding to, at that time, 2012, here we are many years later, over a decade later, he was responding to some of the early comments that grief was going to be added as a mental disorder to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. And Jerry's son, Max, died in his 20s. And he says, after Max died, friends would say they couldn't imagine what it was like for me, to which I would often respond, yes, you can. Anyone who has a child can imagine it. But now I'm not so sure, he says, since it appears that professional psychiatrists are having trouble doing so. Let me put it this way, he says. If you don't experience intense yearning and longing on more days than not for more than 12 months after the death of your own child, if you don't have a diminished sense of self, you have a problem that goes deeper than anything contemplated in the DSM. There are some things in life to which one should never hope to become adjusted.
Oh, Donna Sherman, thank you so much. What a powerful quote to end on. And your normalizing grief reaction is fabulous. Heidi, my son died 40 years ago now, and we certainly miss him and love him.
Absolutely. It's why we do what we do today. So thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. Well, our next guests, Heidi, are going to be our first panel, and we are very excited about having a panel. We're going to talk about Never the Same. Oh, wait, that's Donna's, right. We're going to talk about parent loss panel, and this is big for you because you lost your dad, what, 3 years ago?
Absolutely. We have leaders in the field today that have been doing this work for a long time. I am so glad that they're here with us and took the time out of their busy schedules. Thank you so much. We are going to be talking about something so near and dear to my heart. My father died 3 years ago. And, you know, it's really interesting not having a dad because I've never been on this earth without a father. So I think it's not only a father loss, but it's an identity loss. It's like, who are we without our parent? And we have got really phenomenal speakers today to talk more about this topic. Moderating today is Megan Reardon Jarvis. She is going to moderate. She just released a phenomenal memoir called The End of the Hour, and it is riveting. So please go out there and get it. Megan, I will start by introducing everyone. Megan Reardon Jarvis is a clinical social worker, author, TEDx speaker, founder of MRJ Consulting, and host of the podcast Grief is My Side Hustle. She will be joined today by Hope Edelman, who is a renowned author, speaker, and TV personality. Her bestsellers include Motherless Daughters, Motherless Mothers, and The After Grief. And Brennan Wood will be here today as well. She is the executive director at the Dougie Center, devoted to supporting grieving children and families. She actually grew up in the Dougie Center because she lost her parent at, I think, the age of 12, if I can remember, Brennan. And she does her work in honor of her mother's legacy. And then we have Allison Gilbert. Allison is the author of numerous books, including Past and Present, Keeping Memories of Loved Ones Alive. She is the founder of Pub Day, a literary consultancy to help writers best position their grief stories for publication. And she serves on the advisory board with us for the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. So welcome, Allison.
And then we'll have Claire Bidwell Smith, and she is a grief therapist and author of Conscious Grieving and Anxiety, The Missing Stage of Grief, providing support through personal experiences and professional work. Joining her will be Barry Leonard Grant, who is a grief specialist and founder of the Memory Circle, leveraging writing as a healing modality, honoring her mother, Ellen. And then last, we have Ken Ross, our man on the panel. And Ken is the son of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and president of the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross Foundation. And he is also on the board of the Open to Hope Foundation. Thank you all for joining us.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time out.
So let's get started.
This is such an honor to be moderating with so many colleagues and leaders in the field. We have a packed panel, which is exciting. I know from doing this exact panel last year, just how quickly our time can go. So what I was hoping to do, as I'm looking at all of these faces and knowing everyone's personal story that becomes the strength of the traumatic growth that allows us to lean into becoming leaders in the field, I would love to have each of us answer this one question. And the question being, what is the core nugget of what you personally carry into your work every day that drives you to continue to do it? So you may want to tell us a specific story about the parent that you lost, or about something that you are innovating in your space today. So I'll start just to give us a quick idea of where my question is sort of leading us. But I lost my father when I was an adult and my mother when I was an adult. And I think that my expectation about losing a parent before it happened to me was that I would have adult resources that would allow me to connect to friends and family and to use all of my professional expertise as a trauma therapist in the world of grief and loss to circumnavigate and perhaps skip some of the profound pain that existed. And this won't be shocking to anyone, particularly those who had loss early. But what I uncovered was that an unresolved trauma from my childhood really informed my present and adult loss. And so in my platform and the work and the book that I just published, End of the Hour, I specifically talk about my father's death being the kind actually that we say resolves on its own, the kind of grief that needs support but doesn't need treatment. And then I specifically talk about the traumatic loss of my mother and how much that became an illness for me. So in my work, my soapbox that I stand on is trying to help people understand the difference between partnering with what Donna was just talking about, the two of those things. So just, Brennan, I'm watching you nod. Would you be able to answer, giving a nugget of your personal experience and how that has brought you to where you are right now?
Sure, I'd be happy to, although I'm, going first as always, but thank you, Megan, for leading the way. But yes, so I, as was mentioned in the opening, my mother died 3 days after my 12th birthday. And as all of us, I think, probably, I don't want to speak for everybody, but can say there's a before and after when something like that happens. And my father actually died when I was 36. And so I can certainly, even in my own experience, relate to what you're saying, Megan, where I thought maybe I could jump over some things with him because I am not only in the field, but also had the experience of my mom. Unfortunately, that's sometimes not the case. But what I will say for me, the thing that I carry forward, there's two things. One is for me, going to a peer support modeled program after my mother's death changed everything. It was the single most helpful thing that I experienced in my life after my mother's death. Not being the only kid in the world that had gone through that experience and sitting in a room full of not only kids who said, me too, or yes, I get that, and some of them being further along in their process and kind of holding a lantern up to show the path. That was incredibly helpful. The adults in that group also that were the volunteers and the staff people, those adults changed everything for me because instead of trying to take my pain away, they sat with me in it. They said they validated that experience, and that was huge. And then the other thing that I will just share, I think one of the huge lessons for me in my mother's life and my mother's death is that two things can be absolutely true at the same time. We can hold deep sadness and joy at the same time. And for me, I think my life's work is a prayer to my mom. And that prayer is to show others that, yes, it is traumatic and awful and hard and all of those things. And you can find wisdom in it. You can find joy in it. You can find many things, many gifts that have come into my life, not only because my mother lived, but because my mother died. So I'll end there.
That's so beautiful. Thank you. You answered that perfectly. Ken, is it okay if I call on you next? Would you be able
Sure.
to talk to us about your experience and how it feeds the work you do now?
Well, in different ways, I was taking care of both my parents before they died, and I took care of my dad for only 3 weeks before he died. It was kind of unexpected, and there's definitely a huge difference between that and my mother, who I took care of for 9 years. And so I kind of decided to deal with the grief before she died. So I was imagining she was already gone, and digesting my grief, if you will. But with my father, I didn't have time to do that because he was getting sicker and sicker, and I didn't realize he was going to die. So the experience was radically different. And what I did after my dad died was to surround myself with things that reminded me of my father. So I started calling my father's friends and trying to kind of keep his memory alive by being part of things that reminded me of my father and hearing stories about my father. And that was a big relief for me. I mean, it was hard, but I really felt his spirit, the appreciation of his life. And, I knew there's nothing I could do. We heal in the present. We don't heal in the past. We can't do anything about the future, but we heal in the present. And so we're trying to process and let go of the past, let go of what may come in the future, and just come into the present and face what you're going through. And so it was interesting to digest these two different griefs. But with my mother, I was, sad she was gone, but she was not very happy in the last few years of her life. So I was actually kind of happy that she passed. I mean, maybe that sounds kind of perverse, but I was happy because that's what she wanted. She was ready. And so we all had to, deal with, this is what you want. So let's let my mother pass and be happy that she had a very full life and that she's free of pain. So there's kind of another side of grief that, you know, it's our grief, but what about what they want?
Mm.
So I was happy to let go of my mother when we did.
And I wrote down that we heal in the present. I saw everybody nodding, so I'm just saying that out loud. I don't know why I have never thought of that phrase before, but it was so impactful just now to me. And the nodding of saying out loud what so many people who do caretaking experience with some level of shame, which is that there is absolutely relief when someone who is suffering and living a life that they would not want to be living is no longer living that life. So also thank you for saying that out loud, because I think all of our work is about validating the experiences that end up in the shadows and not being said out loud as though we can't say the truth out loud. Allison,
Right.
do you want to? Oh, sorry, Ken, go ahead. No,
I
go
was
ahead.
say, what, you know, the way my mother described it is, why do green leaves fall? You know, yes, we're expected to have brown leaves fall, but why do green leaves fall? That doesn't make sense in our head.
That's right. That's beautiful. Thank you, Ken. Allison, sorry. Will you go next for us?
Yeah, no problem. Something that Brennan said really hit me, which is that so many people do find so much solace and support in community, in support groups, in talking. But I founded Pub Day, my new literary consultancy, for those of us who learn about themselves not through talking, but through writing. And that's been the case with me. Before my mother and father died, I was in my young 20s and early 30s, and they knew I was on this path to be a writer and a journalist. Of course, what they could never have anticipated is that their deaths pushed me into writing about grief and loss, and that has been really fulfilling in my life. In fact, the only reason why I knew to write about Elsie Robinson, the subject of my last book, Listen World, is because my mother died. I was going through her belongings, my brother and I, in our childhood home, and I found stashed away in one of her books a poem that had resonated with her. And it was attributed to someone named Elsie Robinson. And I had no idea who that was. And it set me on the path for writing this biography. And I felt so close to my mom in doing that. I wanted to discover why she liked this woman's writing, and that discovery, that investigation, interrogating Elsie Robinson's life brought me closer to my mother than I ever could have before. I've now spent more than half my life without her. And so I just wanted to honor that not everyone wants to talk. Some people want to write. And if that's you, I get it. And I see you. And I think it's all helpful and should be honored.
Allison, I love that. And I think not everybody wants to talk. It would be like a great title of a grief book, right? Because there are so many ways to do the verb of grieving. And I think we hear and coach so many. I'm thinking also, Brennan, of children who, you know, that intellectually they don't have the capacity maybe to put the language around those things, but we help grievers through dance, through art, through cooking, through, you know, any activity can be. Writing is such one, and I hope I'm going to call on you next. And Barry, you guys have such connections to writing, but writing is one that we know that the neuroscience behind that helps us actually reestablish some of the brain that's been traumatized. So it's such a powerful tool, but it's one of the many grief tools that we get to use. And I think it's so important because we, again, as Donna was talking about sort of the pathology around grief and loss, I'm a trauma therapist who didn't want to do any therapy after my mother died. So I just love that this is the thread that we're pulling on. Hope, could you talk a bit about this?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I was just looking up to verify. Chapter 8 in the After Grief is called People We Need to Talk and Write and Paint and Perform, because it's really about externalizing your grief. And some people, particularly female or female identified individuals, do want to reach out to others and talk and emote, but others want to express their grief through action or doing. But before I dive in, I just want to thank you, Megan, for doing the panel. And it's an honor to be in the presence of all of my esteemed colleagues here who I have all worked with in one capacity or another before. And a big thank you to Gloria and Heidi and Open to Hope for providing this forum to so many mourners year after year. I was 17 when my mom died of breast cancer, and I didn't know any other girls other than my sister who had also lost a mom. And I spent a good solid 10 years in isolation. Brennan, I wish there had been a Dougie Center back in 1981 in suburban New York, but there wasn't even hospice back then for my mom as she was dying. And so I developed coping strategies to manage in a world without my mother and in a family and an environment that wouldn't talk about her death or her life very much. But when I decided to write Motherless Daughters, which was the book I needed, couldn't find, I started interviewing other women, and that was such a game changer for me. And that's when I discovered the power of community. And you can write in community, you can perform in community, you can talk in community. There are many things you can do in community, but that's where my work has shifted now to community building for women who've lost mothers at any age. Historically, I've worked with women who were children, teenagers, young adults when their moms died. That's what the book Motherless Daughters is. That's the audience that it's geared for. And I offer weekly support calls and 4-day retreats. Claire and I started Motherless Daughters retreats in 2016. And it became clear very quickly that 80% of the work we were doing was just finding the site and bringing women together, because the magic occurred when they sat together, talked together, spent free time together, just felt like I'm not the only one. And you could see they'd been holding themselves hard against the world, thinking nobody understands me, I'm all alone. And then they sit in a circle with 23 or 24 other women who really do understand what they've experienced. And you could just watch that hardness melt off their faces. It was so beautiful, like a sacred experience. And now, starting in February, motherlessdaughters.com is launching its first weekly support for women who've lost moms within the past 2 years, and to attend to their bereavement needs. And that's because, like what Donna was saying earlier, this prolonged grief designation, where if you're grieving beyond, to a certain extent, beyond 1 year, you may be in need of professional help. Well, I'm working with a lot of women now whose moms died 1.5 years, 2 years ago. They spent the whole first year taking care of an estate or managing the admin, or what I've heard called the deadman work after someone dies. And so they are just getting to the grief now, 1.5 years later. So we want to create a forum for them. So for me, it's all about bringing women together and community building and helping them find solace in the social aspect of grief. I think of grief as having 5 elements: cognitive, emotional, physical, spiritual, social. And I see my work in the social realm.
God, it's such a good reminder that everyone is talking a bit about sort of how did we connect to our grief, and then also connect our grief to other people. And I'm just thinking, Hope, of how important it is to hear you talking about doing more of that connecting, particularly on the heels of coming out of, if I can say that, the COVID epidemic, that so much of what we did in necessity was to make our footprints smaller. And we know from all the people who, the 1 million people who died, and then the 9 million people, the Americans, that were left grieving those folks, just how complicated and difficult it was not to have regular connection and rituals, and that we did our best to pull together what we could to honor those things. But there is a reason why we want to be able to share energetically together and hold our grief together, because it does actually stitch us together as a unique, but also completely generalizable human experience. So Barry, can you tell us a little bit about your experience and your work that has come out of that?
Sure. I lost my mom, Ellen, in 1993. And as Hope said, there were precious few resources until 1994 when Hope's book came around, Motherless Daughters. And I knew cognitively that I was not alone in the world. But boy, if you don't feel like you are the only person who had lost a mother, I didn't know anybody. And because I looked like I had it together, nobody really offered me any resources. And so while there probably were some in the world, it wasn't until I read it in other books that I realized I wasn't alone. And that really opened a door for me in having discussions with peers. I felt as if I had some kind of magnet for a heart, that I kept meeting the motherless daughter in the room everywhere I went. And I think it was from that feeling of being alone that I sort of combined my degree as a journalist, and I was at the Chicago Tribune at the time, and felt like we need better, we need to do better, and found my way to some trainings and to create the Memory Circle, which really my whole mission there was just to create a space where there wasn't one before, where we could sit shoulder to shoulder with others and bear witness, And it was in that work where I combined writing and talking and crafting and whatever it was, even changing the space where we gathered, from cozy chairs to yoga studios to virtual events where we could just be seen and heard and witnessed, and where those who weren't wholly comfortable with writing could hear other people's writings, could hear a recommendation of a great memoir, a great book, where you could see yourself between the pages, between the words, and craft what I like to say is a wisdom exchange, right? Just being in a group, we hear something that somebody else says that so resonates, where we think, oh my gosh, I've thought that forever, but I've never been able to put words to it. You read something in a book, and again, you feel so much less alone because you see the very way that you felt in those words. So I host a lot of writing groups. And again, I see this beautiful and profound wisdom exchange happen when we gather to tend to our grief in a way that feels on purpose and with meaning, and with others where they just get it. And doesn't everybody want to feel less alone in that way?
Barry, you remind us that even though we all have, the little Zoom blocks around us and have been identified as grief experts, that everybody becomes an expert in their own grief. And that phrase wisdom exchange, I'm watching people react to that in the chat, that actually is what we are doing when we're expressing, right? When we come to understand our own experience with grief, and then we put some words and language around that, we offer that as wisdom to someone else to plug into and expand on and to use. So anybody who's watching this and loves, Ken's language that he's given us today and Barry's language that she's given us today, part of the beauty of doing panels like this and sharing the experiences is that you then get to go take those words out and offer them to someone else who needs them. And I just think that is one of the real gifts of being able to say that I talk about my grief and I express my grief. Not everybody is going to make it into their work or their work life, but that's not how we define the traumatic growth, right? We define the traumatic growth by having it be that we are not only traumatized, that it is not just a bad thing, but something comes of our loss that allows us to become more. And maybe it's more compassionate and empathetic to another human.
Yeah, I think we become beacons, right? We do this work, we gather in groups, and then we hear something that somebody else says, and we sort of become beacons for the next person. So 30 years later, still learning, but again, still saying those things so that there is somebody, even on the checkout line in the grocery, I'll hear somebody checking out the soup and she said, oh, my mom loved that. And you learn to tune into like that past tense, and is she with us? And we just, that comfort in being able to have those conversations everywhere we go.
So great. Claire, will you chime in for us and tell us a bit about your story?
Yeah, of course. It's such an honor to be here with all of you. These are some of my just favorite colleagues, and I've worked with all of you so much in so many beautiful capacities. My parents both got cancer at the same time when I was 14, and I'm an only child. My mom died when I was 18, when I was a freshman in college, and my father died 7 years later, when I was 25. And, I think losing a parent especially young, but at any age, is just really unmooring. You know, I think it really impacts our sense of identity, our sense of safety, our nurturing in the world. You know, there's so many layers of it. And I think often people are surprised by how huge it feels and how much it really just affects their grounding. And so for me, when my mother died in particular, my predominant response was a lot of anxiety, just a lot of fear, just feeling really uncertain in the world, feeling really unsure of everything. I think that losing a parent really challenges our beliefs and assumptions about the world. And again, kind of our sense of safety and identity. I was always a writer and hadn't really imagined doing this. Nobody, I don't think, grows up wanting to be a grief therapist. We do come to this from our own experience. And as so many of you have said, just our own ways of trying to offer healing to others who are going through this. And so I've always written so much about my experiences, and I went into this work thinking I knew a lot about grief. I worked in hospice after my father died, and then into private practice, and very quickly realized that I knew only my grief. And while there are so many universal aspects of grief, it is so individual as well. And every relationship we have with people, the ways they die, the times they die, there's so many layers to it. And so, like Barry just said, I'm always learning. But one of the things that I've always spoken a lot about is anxiety and grief and the connection there. And I write a lot about that in a recent book called Anxiety, the Missing Stage of Grief. And then I have a workbook that recently came out called Anxious Grief. And, you know, I've heard from so many people that it's just been helpful to have that aspect of grief normalized for them. My mother died in 1997. And aside from Hope's book, there really wasn't a lot out there that addressed my particular grief. And again, I felt really alone in it. And I felt so, I just doubted myself a lot. And I see that today, even though there are so many amazing resources and books and groups and support out there, people really doubt themselves in grief. And so, as all of you have said, to come together, to connect, to be in community, to tend to our grief, to just kind of feel part of something and part of each other, I think is really so healing.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for doing this panel. It's been absolutely amazing and wonderful. And
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Megan, thank you for moderating, and thank all of you for helping me to navigate my own parent loss, because I really looked at what you've done, because you are the trailblazers for this topic. And if you want to see more, everyone out there, please go to Open to Hope, because we've had all of you on podcasts and most of you on our cable shows, and we want to keep doing that. So thank you so much.
thank you. Well, next, Heidi, we are going to be talking about grief, God, and gratitude. And we're going to be with Reverend Al Johnson. I met Al Johnson through the Compassionate Friends because Al lost his sweet son, Nicholas, to leukemia in 1989. And I heard him speak there. He's a fabulous speaker. He's an Episcopal priest. He's not only a doctor priest, but he has a doctor of ministry degree. And he spent countless hours and bereaved people over the years. And he is the author of a great memoir called Grief Set Free. Thank you, Al, for being on our show today. It's so good to see you.
Thank you, Reverend Al.
You're entirely welcome. And it is great to see both of you, and the panel and the other speakers so far has been really interesting, mind stretching, heart stretching, all those factors that go into this day. I particularly want to thank Ryan, because she's helped me navigate the technology. So I'm always grateful for that. And I'm grateful to both of you and your family and the Open to Hope. I think we've been connected one way or another for maybe as long as 3 decades. It's been a long time, but a good time in the sense of seeing an area of hurt and pain in society get some time, get some attention, get some focus that helps people to find their way, find the hope that Ken talked about, and to move forward in our lives. I'm also appreciate Claire in the last one, because I'm an anxious person to begin with. So I'm hoping that later she can offer me some advice on how to calm my anxiety. So yes, I am I am a parish priest. I love being a parish priest. I just want to be clear. That's what I am. That's what I've been a parish priest for over almost 45 years. There are a variety of credentials, I suppose, that allow me to be here today, but this is the credential that gets me invited here and gets me to do these things. This is my beautiful son, Nicholas, who died, believe it or not, I can hardly believe it, almost 35 years ago from leukemia after a 4-year battle with leukemia. Died in 1989. And so what I'd like to do is just spend time with you on these three components of healing: grief, God, and gratitude. So I listened to Donna earlier speak about some of the current thoughts and ideas about grief in relationship to diagnosis and treatment and things like that. I think that in agreement with her, I've come to the simple conclusion that we all experience losses, and the response to loss is grief. And the losses can be anything from the death of a pet, the death of a parent, the loss of a job, loss of a marriage, loss of a child or parent, all the way through whatever else that we can imagine. And that while the losses may be unique, the response is grief. And when you scratch the surface of grief, grief is unique, especially to the individual, and the responses and the variety of responses to grief that we use. And that we choose, and that maybe choose us, to be quite honest with you. So with that being the case, we have losses. Grief is basically a response to loss. I thought there are three things in culture that I would like to spend a minute debunking. The first one is that there's a hierarchy of pain, that there is one loss that is more painful than another loss. I remember after Nicholas died, people said, well, it's the worst thing in the world to have a child die. And of course, I agreed with him at the time. My parents were alive. My friends were alive. I hadn't lost any other thing that I was aware of that had that kind of connection to grandparents for sure, but and that was painful in many ways, but not the same. So I thought, okay, I buy that. I buy it's the worst thing. But over time, I realized that people grieve and lose things, and that there's this comparison that goes on, like there's a competition for pain or a comparative study for pain in our culture, and there really isn't. Pain is unique to the individual. I think that we all realize that. And so my pain is experience I've gone through. The death of a child is one painful experience. Somebody else will go through other experiences that are equally as painful in their life, and the danger would be in comparing them to each other instead of simply embracing the reality and the beauty of uniqueness. So that's number one. Number two is this belief that time heals all wounds. I don't think so. I don't think time heals anything. I think time gives us a container or context into which wounds can be healed, our losses can be healed, but we heal because of, if you're a person of faith, because of belief and believing and prayer, because of community, because we read books, because we do seminars like this, and we connect with other people, and we join communities that help us to heal. And it takes different amount of time for all of us. We in Americans kind of like to fit into formulas, but I don't think that works. I think that we're each unique, and I think that time isn't the healer. The work we do, the work others help us to do, the divine, if you're inclined that way, that's what brings healing. And the third is this idea that grief is resolvable. I had a friend of mine who went out for a walk 3 months after her mom died, went out for a walk. A friend asked her about her mom. She started crying. And her friend said, well, what's the problem? Why are you crying? And she said, well, I'm grieving my mom. And she said, you're grieving your mom. I mean, it's been 3 whole months. And, I don't like kind of, it sounds sarcastic or judging of this. I just think it's a fact and an observation that sometimes we think that grief is resolvable, and I don't think so. I think the goal is to heal, the goal is to integrate, the goal is to take this chapter of our life and add it to the total story of our life, to see the fullness of life that we've been given, and how each of these experiences has made our life perhaps richer, deeper, and more meaningful. So with that in mind, I also would, so that's also, of course, why the book is Grief Set Free, because I came to the realization that everybody grieves their own way. And while we strive to put things into formulas, it's probably dangerous, because each of us really process our losses and our feelings with those losses in a variety of ways, which leads me to a theology of God. I had a theology of God when Nicholas was alive and well, and my dear friend, Father Mark McIntosh, after he died, said, well, Al, your theology of God's going to change with a traumatic loss. And I thought, yeah, I don't I don't really know what he's talking about. Well, he was right. He was right. The way that I had been looking at God and the way that I'd been looking at life was really in many ways shattered by the experience of one of my children dying, enhanced later by parents dying, but shattered by children dying. And I realized that there are all sorts of new options about God that could come in and enhance what I had had before and maybe change it. So I created a metaphor, and I'm going to share the metaphor with you about that. So I want you to join me, imagining that you're sitting in a theater. You're in the first row. Everyone behind you, all those people are your people. They're all those people from your entire life, all the voices, all the experiences. They're all back there. They're with you. Maybe you're with your partner, your family. In my case, I'm with my partner, Vicky, but they're all back there. And you're ready for a show in which people are going to come across the stage and they're going to present their argument to you about the relationship between God and the experience of such a loss and tragedy. So the lights come up. First person comes across the stage, Bob. Bob says, Al, did you pray? I said, Bob, I prayed a lot. No, Al, did you pray? I said, Bob, I prayed. You know, I prayed. The church prayed. Churches all over the place. Everybody was praying, Bob. He goes, no, Al, did you pray? And I said, Bob, are you trying to tell me that you think my son died because I didn't pray enough or the right way? And he nods his head. And I say to myself, well, I don't look at God that way. Some may, but okay, that's interesting. It's not the way I see God going forward, but okay, thanks, Bob. Well, the next person is Priscilla. And Priscilla comes in and says, what did you do? She's on the stage. Now, what'd you do? What do you mean, what'd I do? This loss in your life is a judgment. It's eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. You must have done something to deserve this. This is justice, Al, and you have to own that it's justice. And I thought, well, I certainly had some things in my life I'd done I didn't like and I wasn't proud of, but I didn't think God operated that way and knew that whatever new theology of God was going to come was going to have to, that factor wasn't going to be a central part of it. Next one came was Tim, and Tim had, the marionettes, and they weren't of anybody in particular. They're just marionettes. He's playing with them. And he said, Al, you'd be smart if you understood that God is the person with controlling the marionettes, and you're just one of the marionettes, and things happen the way that God wills them to happen. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So, relax, get a hold of your bad self, and realize that that's just the way things are. And I thought, that was problematic because I couldn't figure out how God would will any of us, any of the people that we've seen suffer. I don't see, I know it happens. I know that life happens. Things happen that we can't explain, but I didn't think it was any sense of intentional. Well, then, of course, next come the agnostics, excuse me. And this is great. The agnostics say, hey, Al, good to see you. There's a God, we can't know God, so, you're wasting your time. Okay, that was quick. Take your seat. Next was a man named Yuval, and Yuval represented the atheists. And Yuval said, look, Al, you know what the new God is? The new God is data. That's the new God. And the new heaven is the cloud. And, Al, every generation of your family is going to be able to know about you because of the cloud. And eternity is the cloud. And data is the new God. And I thought, well, it's interesting. It just doesn't do anything. It doesn't help me with my sense of where God is in the midst of these kind of things. So along comes, of course, the next person comes out, kind of doesn't look, smell really good, hair disheveled. And his name is Job. We've all heard about Job. Job lost everything. All his three friends had a lot of advice for him. He finally throws his friends out. He finally gets angry at God, and God sits Job down and says, gird your loins, Job. It's in the 38th chapter. If you're interested, gird your loins, Job. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you, I'm going to ask you some questions, Job. So where were you? Where were you when I created the world? Where were you when I separated the night from the day and the dry land from the water? Where were you? And the point of this was to show Job something that I have found to be comforting, and that is God and Job is Job, or God is God and Al is Al, and Al's not God and God is way more than Al, which means that I can pray and work to have my faith and ask the questions about God, and I can get so close, but there's always going to be a space between God and myself, and where there's going to be unanswered questions, and there's going to be a lot of mystery, and I can experience God and understand and believe in God in that particular way. In that is hope, faith, love. So then that's not enough, though. So there one more person comes on stage, and this person is Elijah, a prophet out of the Hebrew scriptures, and he goes to Horeb to get away from God, and he thinks God's in the storm, and God isn't, and he thinks God's in the fire, no, the earthquake, no, and then sheer silence, and Elijah wraps himself in his cloth and stays away. He's frightened of God. And the interesting thing is, after all of this, God says to Elijah, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you back with your people?" So what I find really comforting from that is the sense of the presence of God in my own experience, in silence, and how it is in that silence, God sends me back into life, sends us back into life to be with others who are going through a similar experience, and to provide, by the way we live our lives, a powerful message of hope. So that leads to gratitude. The third component in this little talk about healing, by giving thanks. And I had this wonderful priest, young man, who took me in when I was in my riotous living in college, and he was studying to be a priest, and under what were called the old man's canons. He was like 40, and he had to take exams to qualify, and he was very anxious about the exams. And so what he did was he went to the chapel, and he started offering all the things in life he was grateful for. And by the end of that time of prayer, his mind was at ease, his heart was at rest, and he was able to enter into the process and to do very well with all that had taken place. I think that gratitude, there's a sense that you can't be grateful too early in the process of grief, the process of recovering from the death of a loved one or loved ones. But over time, I think about the lessons learned. I think about what a better dad I am. I think about what a better priest I've become. I think about how my patience with people and my capacity to listen has grown over time. I would certainly, like all those of us who had significant loss, I would certainly love to have learned those a different way, but we don't get that choice. We don't get that choice. But we do get is at some point in the process of grieving, we get a choice about whether we want to find gratitude for the life that was lived and the life that we're living now, and those who help make the life we're living now rich and full, including our family, our friends, and I'd say for my case, my God and Jesus, and Mary in particular, because Mary was a bereaved parent. So grateful for the life of our departed ones, for the memories, for how they marked our lives, how they made us laugh and cry, and taught us about suffering and sorrow and love and joy. And at some point, healing invites us into just simply, and I think grief itself invites us simply into a place of gratitude, Thanks a lot. I really appreciate this opportunity. Very grateful.
Oh, Al, thank you so much, Reverend Al. You are a gem. And I'll have to tell you, I laughed so many times during your talk, and it's so true. And humor and is such an important and part of community. Thank you so much for talking about grief, God, and gratitude. We appreciate you.
And I'd also like to add, Reverend Al, I appreciate that you said pain is unique to the individual. Do not compare losses. As a bereaved sibling, that really resonated with me. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And so you can get his book, Grief Set Free. And I want to remind everybody that all of our speakers are going to be online. Our whole conference will be online. After the conference, it's free. You will be able to listen to Al again and again and get his book, Grief Set Free. So thanks again for being on the show. Well, our next show, Heidi, is an important one for me because we're going to be doing another panel, and it is a partnerless panel. And as you know, your dad died 3 years ago, and unexpected to me, I met a guy, Frank Powers, who's also a psychologist, and we have written a book together, The Secrets of Senior, Open to Love, The Secrets of Senior Dating. And all the proceeds for the book go to the Open to Hope Foundation. So we hope that you go online. You can pre-order it now, and it will be released on Valentine's Day. Open to Love, The Secrets of Senior Dating, for those who've lost a partner and are ready to move into the realm of dating. Well, let me say that we are now going to do a partner loss panel, and I'm really interested and excited to hear what these people have to say because they're leaders in the field of partner loss.
Absolutely. So yes, I'm looking forward to this panel too. And like you said, I never would have thought that you would find love after loss. I'm really glad that you did. And it is possible out there. And our speakers will let you know that as well. So they've all walked the walk and talked the talk. So thank you for being here today. I will introduce them. Abel Keel will be our moderator. Abel will be our moderator today, and he will be joined by Michelle Neff Hernandez and Jill Johnson Young. Hello, hello, everybody. So I'll introduce them. Abel is a widower, a relationship coach, and author of 6 books, and offers valuable advice through the Dating a Widower YouTube channel. Welcome, Abel.
Thanks, Heidi. Thanks, Gloria.
Great to see you, Abel.
Joining Abel is Michelle Neff Hernandez. She is the CEO of Soaring Spirits International and author of Different After You, Rediscovering Yourself After Grief or Trauma.
And let me say that Frank and I are excited to be presenting at her 2 conferences she's having in Florida and San Diego this year. So you can go on Soaring Spirits to find out when there are and when we'll be on.
Her organization provides global peer support for widowed individuals. And I know she was a finalist for the CNN Heroes Award. I remember she came to New York for it. So she is a rock star. And then we have another rock star here. They all are. Jill Johnson Young. Jill is a licensed clinical social worker, CEO of Central Counseling Services in Riverside, California, and the author of numerous grief books. So welcome, everyone.
All right, ready for the panel.
All right, we'll get going then.
All right.
All right, so what we'll do here is we'll have Michelle and Jill just briefly tell us how long you've been widowed, the name of your partner, and how they died, and then I'll close it up. But we'll start with you, Michelle, and then go to Jill, and then we'll get on to our questions.
Hi, Abel. Wonderful to be with you guys today. Thank you to Open to Hope for having us. As you said, my name is Michelle Neff Hernandez. My husband, Philip, died 18 years ago in a cycling accident.
And I am Jill Johnson Young, and my first wife, Linda, died in April of 2010 as a result of pulmonary fibrosis that was brought on by treatment for breast cancer 10 years before that. And my second wife, Casper, died in 2013 from Lewy body dementia, which is what caused Robin Williams to take his life.
And then my late wife, Krista, died in 2001, and the cause of death was suicide. So a lot of varied experiences here. So one thing I think we can all relate to is after you lose a spouse, there's like a void in your life. There's some emptiness in your life. So Jill, let's start with you. What are some ways that you rediscovered a sense of purpose and maybe some direction in your life after losing, I guess in your case, two spouses?
Having 3 teenage daughters really helped because you have to have some direction when you are being pulled 6 ways from Sunday by children. And they needed attention. And when my first wife was dying, we'd just taken placement of our middle child, who was just turning 16, from LA County foster care. And when my second wife died, the kids were just a little bit more mature, but they all were then in the middle of graduating from different places. So I was able to, in the middle of all that, change careers. I left working for the county as a social worker and moved back to hospice, and then eventually moved to opening a private practice.
And then I decided that there needed to be more discussion about grief and real discussion about grief, not about stages and not about grief has to last forever and you're always going to feel bad. And so I started writing books and hit the speaking stage.
And Michelle, what are some things that you did?
I think the key question that I struggled with early in my widowhood was, what do I do with myself now? And for me, I think that as widowed people, that's one of the key questions that we have to answer. And so I spent a good amount of time testing things that I used to love, and determining whether some of the things Phil and I were very active, and a lot of the hobbies that I had at the time we shared. And so, sometimes when you're in a partnership, you will lend to things that your partner loves to do, and maybe you also learn to love to do them, but maybe that wouldn't be your primary choice if you were making a choice just for yourself. And so I sort of started revisiting some of the things. As I said, my husband died in a cycling accident, and we used to ride together a lot. We rode road bikes and mountain bikes. And frankly, I never loved it. I loved doing it with him. And so there was a significant amount of, questioning for myself was, am I going to keep riding bikes? Is this something I still want to do? And so giving myself the freedom to answer that for myself rather than feeling tied to the answer that I would have had were he alive, or even assuming that he might want me to still do some of the things that we did. That was a really important part of my own process, was really just starting to give myself the freedom to answer questions for myself. And while that was both difficult, it was also really important for me.
So yeah. So one of the things that seems to be is stay busy and try to figure out, I guess, what is your new path going to be. I know for me, I didn't have any children at the time, so for me, it was like I was kind of throwing myself into work for better or worse. I think one of the things I see in a lot of my clients is the worst thing they can do is sit around and do nothing, right? You kind of lost this sense of purpose, and doing nothing, I think is probably not healthy. So Michelle, you talked about, thinking about cycling and other things. What are some ways that, that you were able to discover joy and happiness and bring that back into your life?
I totally agree with you that being able to add things into your life and try not to isolate yourself entirely is an important part of making your way forward. And I learned that I needed to make space for my grief also. And so there were times when grief was calling me, it needed some attention, and being willing to make space for that meant that I had to also learn to make space for joy. And frankly, for me, that was harder. It was easier to lean into the grief feelings because they were so present and they were so big. And joy felt a little scarier for me personally, because I thought, I had joy, and the likelihood of it falling apart again, it was always present. We're human. So people that we love, and, even our fur animals, are going to die at some point. And so sort of wrestling with that for me meant really allowing joy to sit beside grief and not having to choose between them, but rather make space for both of them. And when I could make space for grief, then it was like, okay, well, then I'm going to do some things that bring me joy. And, as Jill said, she had kids that needed her attention. I had kids that needed mine as well. And sometimes that brought joy, and sometimes that brought an additional layer of stress because their grief was its own thing, right? But in addition to that, I tried to, again, when we come back to what did I do, we used to run together, and I loved running. And so I allowed myself to just like make that my own. And that did bring me some joy. And so it was like, I like to say just like one small thing at a time. Coffee, I love coffee. So coffee brought me joy. Like, it doesn't have to be big joy. It can be, yes. Cheers, Jill. It doesn't have to be big joy. It can be small joy. You can start with something small and then allow that space for just a minute of feeling like, okay, I'm actually feeling really content with my coffee right now.
I think there's also that setting boundaries piece so that we can decide when we're going to do those things and not have other people, especially people who have not walked this walk, try to tell us how to, how much to, how often to, right? The 2 months after my first wife died, we had a sweet 16 and a prom and a military ball and a tennis award thing. And so we needed to do those things. And that was what Linda would have wanted, truly. She actually left a list and I finished the list, damn it. But you have to do those things. And so you have to allow others around you to have joy and to also have their space for grief. But you have to set boundaries so you can do it on your terms.
So, so Jill, what's something specific that you can think of as well that brought you happiness? Was it checking things off the list? Was it, doing things like this? What's something specific that brought you happiness?
I went back to running, like Michelle, and I did that for a number of years. I'm not a fast runner. I'm the one that doing a 10K, people are like, oh, your pace is so certain that I can use you to pace and do wind sprints and then wait for you. Like I am the turtle who always finishes. But that gave me extra headspace and room to clear out. And then in the last 10 years, my third wife and I have started collecting a herd of antique poodles who were going to be put to sleep at the shelters. And so we're sort of poodle hospice, and it brings great joy to go outside and play with the dogs every day and to see them getting a happy end of life.
I love that. And I love the theme of running, by the way. That's something I did as well. I think it's just exercise in general. It doesn't have to be running, but I think exercise and doing something physically is also good for your grief and good mentally. It's also the way, we can get into this later, but it is also the way I actually ended up bonding with my second wife. Was through running. So getting, running to kind of get the grief out kind of also helped me bond later on. But I guess the other thing I'd add that's at least something that brought me joy and happiness as well was serving others, and I think that's something that we've seen here. Through the different
We're all
activities.
doing it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think it's interesting because sometimes, when you suffer loss, I think there's an ability just to kind of focus in, like nobody, that I'm going through the worst possible thing ever, and that's not to diminish what it is that we're going through, right? It is painful, it is hard, but other people are also, they have their own trials and own struggles, and I think something that helped me was, maybe it wasn't the same kind of trial or struggle, but going out there, like, I lived in a neighborhood at the time that had a bunch of old people and they needed help with lawns, they needed help with different things, and just going out there and just being able to help somebody, and seeing, hey, you know what, they're struggling with things too. I think, at least for me, brought me a lot of joy and happiness. Um, so, um, uh, so again, we talked about how widowed people feel isolated, or they can feel alone. So Jill, let's start with you. What role, if any, did support systems such as friends or family or support groups play in your process of moving forward?
What I found, like many of my clients, was that support groups tended to not be positivity oriented, and I couldn't tolerate the ones where there was any kind of need to keep you in a space of grief. Um, and I'm kind of unique because my first wife actually told me to marry my second wife. And so, and she was our hospice nurse. So I transitioned from Linda's death to a space of grief and process and over to Casper. So it wasn't like most people experience. And I had time to prepare for my losses. Both my wives were ill. Both of you had sudden losses. Um, but I found that a smaller support system worked well for me because a lot of folks were not comfy with Jill dating. That was on the no list. That's the bad widow list on the widow rules. And so I had to make my support group smaller but mightier. And I found online the some of the widow groups were really helpful. And in particular, there's some lesbian widow support groups that were helpful because the dynamics are somewhat different. And then I have a small group of girlfriends that I have known since I was 6 years old. And we get together every 3 months, and they were stupendous. Lean in and ask for help.
Awesome. Great. Michelle, how about you? What kind of, how did people or support groups help you kind of move forward, if they did?
I really love, I had I have an amazing family, and I had a great network of friends. And one of the things that I find interesting is that despite all of that support, and I was very well supported, I know that that's not the case for every widowed person. Many people really struggle with a lack of support. I was fortunate not to be in that situation. And yet, what I really wanted was to speak to other widowed people. And so what I kept seeking was, because literally all of my friends and family were looking at me like, well, we don't know what's normal. And I was like, I don't know what's normal. Nobody knows what's normal. And of course, we come to learn that what's normal for each one of us is different, and that this is an experience that's so personal and also universal that we can really benefit from, as you mentioned earlier, Abel, having perspective. And so what having a community like Soaring Spirits is, which is what drove me to really found Soaring Spirits and create this space, was that I wanted the access to other widowed people so that I could better understand, at least put myself in the scope, right? So if this is normal and this is normal and I'm somewhere in the middle, like there are so many different ways to make your way through the experience of the death of your person. And meeting other people who were doing that at the same time was one of the most meaningful things that I did in my grief. It made all the difference, even as it sat beside the wonderful support that I had around me. The people who were actually walking it at the same time really, really made a difference for me.
Wonderful. Yeah, so I'll go. I think I'm more on the spectrum. I didn't have a, a support network. Not that I didn't have people that didn't want to support me, but again, I was in my 20s, so I was really young, and I think the dynamic was a little bit different. And I think being a guy, the dynamic's a little bit different too. Is that the friendships, the relationships, I think that widowers have versus widows is a little bit different. They typically don't have as many close friendships. They usually if they have a support network, it's maybe family or extended family, but they really don't have friendships that they can go to. And I can remember, like you were saying, Michelle, I wanted somebody who was widowed who I could talk to, and this is before social media and the internet wasn't very big, so I was kind of floating out there. And so, but I remember that desire of wanting to talk to somebody who was widowed, who had kind of gone through this, just to tell me, hey, it's going to be okay. You can do this. But, I think I ended up doing it, but it was, I think for me, it was a lot of just doing it on my own and figuring things out. And again, I think I had friends and family that were there, but I think, how could they support me? And to be honest, I really didn't know what to tell them either. It's like, how can we support you? I'm like, I got no idea at this point. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And especially, so I think one thing we have in common is that we've all moved forward with different relationships, which is not something that every widowed person does. But maybe, Michelle, what's something, how maybe you could talk just briefly, how did you know you were ready to date again? And what's maybe one thing you wish you would have done differently in the dating process?
When my husband died, I was 35. He was 39. And so I knew from an early time that I did not want to spend the rest of my life, not being partnered. I loved being married, and I knew that I wanted the opportunity to create a life with someone else. The thing that I had no idea about was when or how that could happen, because I couldn't imagine it, and I couldn't even really see a path through at that point. For me, and again, I think it's so important to reiterate over and over again for our audience today, that this happens at all different times for different widowed people. Everyone is ready when they're ready, or not ready when they're not ready, and there is no right time. So I think the hardest thing for me in grief was that my self assurance, my ability to like tap into my inner voice was clouded by all the grief noise, so there's a lot of grief noise going on, and being able to really hone in on what I needed and what I wanted and be able to trust myself. I think that if there's anything I would change, it would be just allowing myself to know that I was the person who was going to decide when the best time was. Because as a younger widowed person, I don't know if you both experience this, but I got a significant amount of pressure to start dating? When was I going to start dating? How, like how long was I going to go on in this grief? And I mean, I found that really challenging because I knew that I did want that, but I also knew I wasn't ready. And so being able to trust yourself is a really important part. And I've met widowed people who decide 10 years after their person dies that that's the right time for them. I've met people who say never, ever, ever, and they mean never, ever, ever, because that's what they need. That's great. There is no right way to do it. For me, about 3 years after Phil died, I met someone online, and there was a moment of like, huh, I can really see this being something. And then having that conversation with myself, like, oh, but am I ready for that? I don't know if I'm ready for that. And being willing to just sort of test it. And so that thought of maybe this could be really something has led to a 13-year marriage. So it turned out that it was something.
That's awesome.
So glad.
Yeah. So Jill, you kind of got set up the second time. So maybe tell us maybe tell us a little bit about your experience. I mean, how did you get through that? Michelle talked about that grief kind of fog and kind of interfering with your feelings. Kind of maybe talk about how what are some things that you did to make sure that you were ready for another relationship?
I refer to a spectrum between Jill and Betty White for when one should date, because she never did and adopted all the dogs. And I did pretty closely. But what happened for me was I had spent so much time grieving before Linda died and before Casper died. Linda, we were told twice that she was going to die. First with breast cancer, she was given 3 months to live and she lived 10. And then pulmonary fibrosis, we were told 5 and she got 3. So we went through a long time and we did a lot of talking. And so I had started to prepare myself for being a widow before I was a widow. And that will probably ring true for others who have been in that position. And likewise with Casper with Lewy body, there was a lot of time getting ready because that's such a terrifically awful disease, especially early onset. And with early onset dementia, it's 5 years or less, and it's absolutely nuts. But like Michelle, there's that, I don't know how I'm even going to do this. I know that this is what Linda wanted and it feels right to me. And those two were very similar. So it felt sort of like, comfort zone for me. But there's a book called Getting Naked Again. And I just love the title because there's that whole, you've been married to someone for how long and how do you do this again? How do you relax that much? How do you let yourself in? With my third wife, she was actually the mortician who took care of both of my other wives. So I also knew her already. I keep my people close, let me just say. And so everybody knew everybody. And again, there was a lot more dating time and there was more get to know you time, but we knew each other even before Casper died. But there's still that you need someone who can allow you to grieve even while you are loving them and even while they are loving you. And that's a special person because as widows and widowers, there will be moments where we grieve for the rest of our lives, or miss them for the rest of our lives. And there needs to be respect for that, but there also needs to be the ability to engage with life again with your new person. With Stacy, it's been special because she was like, now we're going to do some things. So now it turned into, we got to find all the weird art fairs and go to them. And so we flew to New Mexico to go to this international art fair and we need to go, she wants to metal detect. And so we go metal detecting and I'm terrible at metal detecting, but I go all hung and cheer, right? It's that kind of thing. It's making space, but making space for who used to be there. And then on some days she'll say, you probably should go to the cemetery today. And you need that kind of person.
Love that. And I love the kind of, the thing that you both talked about is kind of, it sounds like, you just kind of trusted your instincts there, you're able to kind of go through and just kind of say, hey, there might be something here, right? You're able to kind of do that. And I think that's something that a lot of widowed people have a hard time doing is trusting that is learning to trust that gut again and understanding that, that yes, you can love a second time around, but it's learning to trust that gut and that feeling that, yes, this is right.
And being able to have a sense of humor, number one on the target. You got to have a sense of humor while you're getting through all of this.
Oh yeah, Jillian, you do.
I'll have to say these women are remarkable. I mean, Michelle's story of starting up Soaring Spirits is beyond the beyond, doing it on her credit card for her first conference. I mean, really.
It's incredible.
And Abel, if you want a book that will blow your mind is Room for Two. And that's his story. And it is a profound story because he not only lost a wife, he lost a child. So thank you so much for moderating this, Abel.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heidi.
You're an amazing guy with an amazing help to men, I must say.
I agree with you. And Abel's book is phenomenal. And please reach out to Michelle's organization if you need support after the death of a spouse. It is a phenomenal organization. And Jill, I've got to say, I love the idea of poodle hospice.
Fantastic. Thank you guys so much for being on. It's been absolutely very informative for me, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Well, Heidi, our next guest is a good friend of ours and lots of fun. Ron Volano.
The Zing.
The Zing. He is the energy Zing.
Oh,
He's the energizing
nothing gets
bunny.
him down. He's at the gym when it's below zero in New York, and he's working it.
Well, he lost his son, Michael, 25 years ago, and he always speaks from the heart about bereavement, but he's also a kind of a mental health guru. He has like 40 counselors working for you in the New York City area. And he has also started offices in Greater Long Island. And he also does telehealth sessions throughout New York State. He's a national speaker and, again, author of the book, The Zing. He's been on a lot of television and radio, our shows. He's been on podcasts with us, so you can find him there. He just started a new endeavor, which is really fun. It's called Long Island Authors, where if you've written books, he'll help you out with your book. So you can go find him, and if you want to sign up to
if you're an author, if you need help with your books, please do this. This is revolutionary, and he started it. So Google Ron Volano and you will find him. He is going to talk today about 5 tips on how to embrace change in your grief journey. And Ron talks the talk and he walks the walk.
He certainly does. Thank you, Ron, for being on.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for having me. Well, I'm Ron Volano, licensed psychotherapist and author of The Zing, but I'm here because of the loss of my son, Michael. Michael was 17 years old when I lost Michael, and he was killed by a tractor trailer. And I think a lot of people who are watching this been through the same tunnel and also is in the same club where the initiation is the worst. But I'm here to give you some hope by the day. That's what I call it, hope by the day. And 5 tips, just 5 nice, easy tips that I think will help because they've helped me and many of my patients. A lot of stuff that I talk about, I've worked with many patients who've come in, and we have a large staff, like Gloria and Heidi said, of psychotherapists. And, I try to not teach them, but, walk them through what it's like to have a loss of a loved one. And then the next, have a loss of a child. So one of the things I like to do is set an alarm to relax. So either put an alarm on your app or put an alarm on your phone and give yourself a time, maybe twice a day. I used to do 2 times a day. So I knew whenever I was stressing out or something or thinking about Michael a lot, where it was maybe dragging me down, especially in the early times, I would just say, okay, I'm going to put that aside for now. And then when 2 o'clock comes, that's when I'm going to think a lot about Michael, and I'm going to allow all those feelings to come through. So I did a lot of that. And what it really did was it really stopped my mind. And I didn't have to do it for long. It was like maybe 30-second time, just let the 30 seconds go. And then I would have the alarm set off. So if anyone has ever tried that, let me know and let me know how it works for you. But it really is something that sounds simple, but it's allowing yourself and giving yourself permission to have a certain time to go through some stress and strain of the losses we've had. Number 2, I call it the 20-minute rule. Now, if you're feeling stuck or you have things to do, and then the 20-minute rule, what you do is you do that task for 20 minutes and you set a timer. So take something that you want to get done, put a timer on it, and utilize like 20 minutes. That's what I use. You can set any time you feel comfortable for you. But 20 minutes, you do that. And what it's going to do for you, it's going to either take your mind off of the past stuff, because what you're going to do is you're going to use that time for the now, to stay in the moment, which I know with loss, it's very difficult for me, was to stay in the moment, because my mind wanted to drift. I wanted to think about Michael all the time. And when I didn't want to think about Michael, I still thought about Michael. And like Heidi and Gloria said, it's been many, many years. Michael was July 22nd, 1998. However, not a day goes by that I don't talk about Michael, think about Michael. And I have so many friends, I don't know about you guys out there, who actually know Michael and they've never met him because of the way I speak about him and the way my life is going. So I'll use that 20-minute rule to do some things like that for my mind, to help, like a thought stopper, like to stop the other thoughts and then use that to accomplish something that I want to do. Otherwise, what happens is, right, our minds are going, we're stressing out, we're thinking about our loved ones so much, and we're not able to get it going. So if you set a time, you say, well, these 20 minutes or whatever time you want to put on there, I'm going to utilize strictly, going to move everything else out of my mind except for that task. So that works. Let me know how it works for you. I know it works for me. A third thing is, think about this. How many people have taken a walk? You know, instead of sitting in the house, and I was stuck for many years, believe me. You know, there's no big shot on this side of the camera here. But, you know, to get up and say, I'm just going to take a walk seemed like a lot. I don't know why, but it did. It just seemed like I was just to get myself out and do something. And I would take a walk. And when I took a walk, I would go out my house, make a right. And I walk around the block a couple of times and, you know, fresh air. And sometimes like this weather where we are in New York, it's very cold, you know, bundle up and you go out there and that brisk air kind of wakes you up just by being out there. However, what I tell my patients, some days, instead of making a right, turn left. When you make a left, you never believe it. It's very difficult to have change. My talk today is teaching you, believe it or not, with these 5 steps, is how to embrace the power of change. And that's what I'm doing here. So to make the left turn, how many patients would say to me, yeah, I was going to make the left, but you know what? I always go right, so I went that way. However, when I got them to make the left, what happened? It's the same neighborhood, all the same things that they saw and they passed when they made the right turn going around the block. It looked totally different. It was from what? A different perception. And that's where we need to get ourselves, correct? We need to change the perceptions that we have in order to have change of pictures in our mind, which will give us change in our lives, which will allow us then to move and also do different things than we were doing. Number 4, here's a pretty, I would say, cool one. Reach out once a day. Get in the habit or sending a message or calling a person a day to keep your connections to the outside. A lot of us don't do that. We wait for someone to call us, see how we're doing. And I know for me at the time, especially in the early stages of losing Michael, I felt annoyed sometimes when people would call me because I felt I would have to say the same thing over and over. And that wasn't enjoyable to me. You know, I wanted to be in my own, you know, little cocoon, upset, didn't want to work out, nothing. And I think a lot of you know exactly what I'm speaking of. And I will say that a lot when I speak to people who had lost, that you understand what I'm talking about, because we do understand each other. We just don't go through the same exact path, because all of our relationships with our loved one who we lost is different than every single person who's listening to this. So we have to honor that as well. However, when you reach out to someone, it's you doing it. It's you making that step forward. And that's the biggest key of this whole talk today, is to get you to understand, I want you to make the choices to make the move. I want you to choose who you want to speak with, who you want to have a conversation, who you want to send a text to. And next level is, who would you like to have a cup of coffee with? You know, again, sit down across from someone who will be there for you, not for them. So if you went for a cup of coffee and you were there 5 minutes and you said, you know what? I know we just got here, it's 5 minutes, but I'm done. I need to just take a break. And they go, no problem. They're for you without any stress or strain. That's what we need in our lives. Not someone telling us, oh, stay a little longer or do what I need you to do. No, no, no. I want you to have this, my favorite word. And it's a 4-letter word. It's a 4-letter F word. and it's God's favorite F word, I believe, and it's FREE. I want you to feel free. Because when you start to feel free and you give yourself permission to feel free to move around the cabin, I notice for a lot of patients, and I know for me, we start to reduce the guilt of losing our lost one. A lot of people feel that they could have saved their loved one, and maybe there were, but most of the people I've ever spoken to, there was nothing more we could do. We did everything we could. We were either good parents, we were good partners, et cetera, et cetera. And it was just life. Michael was on the highway, and out of nowhere, here comes a tractor trailer, a young guy in a summer day, wasn't speeding, wasn't raining, and the car went a little bit out of control, no divider in the middle of the highway. So his car swore over to the other side. And just at that moment, a tractor trailer was coming up this hill that he couldn't really see Michael's car until he came up over the hill, and then it was too late. And then him and his friend were killed that day. So, that wasn't planned. There was nothing I could do. Of course, I felt after that a lot of guilt and a lot of maybe I could have done something, or, maybe he should have been with me, et cetera, et cetera. Many things go in our minds that are there because, look, we all want to save our loved ones. We all want to be there for our loved ones because we don't want to lose them, number one. And some of us lost our loved ones in not so happy times or happy ways. And to me, so reach out, speak to someone today that maybe you haven't spoken to in a long time, or maybe someone that's been reaching out to you and you haven't been calling them back. So I just feel reaching out is a very positive thing, and doing something that you haven't done before. And I know it sounds silly, but making that left turn instead of the right or vice versa, very difficult. I'll give you one at the end of this that my patients really struggle with. And I'd like to, if you guys are in front of me, I get some hands raising, but this is a good one. And, but now my fifth one is, I believe, not because I'm a licensed therapist, but I think speaking to a true professional. Now, I am not a grief counselor. And because I lost my son, Michael, didn't turn me into a grief counselor. I'm a licensed therapist and have a lot of people want to come to me because they know I lost Michael. They feel like, wow, this guy would be good. And I'm the head of the family and personal counseling. And they feel, let me go to him, that I would understand. I will see some of the people, but I will let them know I'm not the therapist that's going to help you go from A, B, C, and D. Okay. So I have a good talk with them. So when I say to you, reach out for a professional, let it be someone who truly specializes in grief counseling. And also let it be someone who has the license and the degrees with it. I know you have friends who could help us through the tunnels of life, and we have relatives who can help us, and many different ways. But when you want to reach out to a professional, I think that would be the enhancement of everyone and everything around you. And then you'll start learning, I believe, number one, to shed the guilt. See, I believe we're allowed to feel down. We're allowed to cry. We're allowed to feel sad. We're allowed a lot of feelings that we have, no problem. But one thing, and I know no one's going to like this phrase, I don't like to allow is guilt if it's unwarranted. Because guilt does many other things that every other feeling doesn't do. It doesn't allow you to go out and have a good time. Because what it'll do is you're going out, you're sitting there, you're finally smiling, and you say, wait a minute, how could I be smiling if I lost Michael? This doesn't make sense. I can't be happy. This is crazy. Or someone will be sitting across from me and they're not being mean, a good friend out of nowhere. It could be 3, 4, 5 years later and say, wow, I have to give you a pat on your back because how could you be enjoying this day, when you lost a son? I don't think I could ever do that. Those words come in your head and start to validate the guilt again. So we need to learn how to what? We learned how to accept things we want to bring in to our mind, right? We all can only think one thought at a time. Abraham Lincoln said, you can only think one thought at a time, so make it a good one. So be choosy on the thoughts that you accept in. Even when we have very goodwill people, right? When loss happens, none of us know what to say to the person, right? And of course, the best thing to say is, Nothing. I'll be there for you if you need anything, and listen more. But that's very hard to do. When you're looking at somebody that you love who lost someone, you want to really help them. I mean, we all want to bring the person back. I mean, that's the ultimate, right? None of us can do that. So just feel that within yourself, that when you're somewhere and you're having a good time, ask yourself this question. And here's my question to me, and I put this to many patients. And remember, I didn't come off the track. I'm not a grieving counselor. I'm just a father who loved his son and lost him, who happens to be a licensed therapist, okay? But one of my things with my patients would be, I said, listen, if my son Michael could come back today and I can snap him back and he's sitting across from me, what would he say to me? Hey, Dad, I want you to be miserable. I want you to really not live. I don't want you happy ever again. All I want you to think about is me every day and that car accident I had. No, he'd be the first one. And I'm telling you, if you knew him, very athletic guy, he'd be, you better get out there. You better kick life. You better enjoy yourself. I'm always with you. I'm with you in spirit all the time. What are you feeling down for? I'm here with you. You know, let's get it together. Let's go out to the world and help people instead of us sitting home or being our own, like wallowing our own self-pity sometimes. And what are we doing? Nothing. So let's use this and get out there. And I know that's easy to say and everything else because everyone has different stages, right? Someone just lost someone today. Someone lost one 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I look at Heidi, I look at Gloria and their whole family. I always talk about them. I don't think on the ladder of 1 to 10, I'm even this high on the ladder next to them. What they do freely, openly, they have never stopped 1 second to give people their love, help, just like today. And there's nothing attached to it. They don't want anything for it. All they want to see is somebody maybe come through this little bit, give them a little bit light at the end of the tunnel so the focus comes out of the darkness and out of the tunnel. And I don't speak for many people, but for them, I will always, whatever they need me for, I will always step up and be there for them. I don't think I'm the best speaker in the world, but I do know this. I was a loving father and still am. My son Michael to me is with me every single moment of the day, but I will not let Michael take over all my day because I have 3 other kids. So I have to have all the kids equal. Even though Michael's not here, I got to bring Michael in equal to the other kids, 25%, 25%, 25. However, you'll say, wow, that's pretty cool. Well, it's not that cool on my part because my daughter, Alexandria, was very small, about 7, 8 years old. I was on the phone talking about Michael to, I think, one of my friends or my sister. And when I hang up the phone, she says, you know, I'm getting a little tired of this Michael. You have a daughter here too. Aren't I part of this? And you have a son, Ronald, and you have another daughter. We're part of it. So Michael's just part of the family. He shouldn't be more special than we are. And I'm looking at it saying, wow, did that make sense, right? Was I leaving out my other children? Was you know, it was kind of wild when she said that. So that got me thinking. And then I started helping my patients with that. So, you know, she was my little professor, let's put it that way, with many, many things. So when you're out there and you're doing something, think about embracing the power of change, but not the words. Because when I hear some patient will say that, oh, this person said, let go, let God. I said, well, between let go and let God, there's a lot of road between that. You can't just say let go and let God. You've got to do the work. And I know people don't like to do the work, but you got to do the work, right? And the work is this, listening to webinars like this, but then taking it. And one of my steps is journaling. Write down your feelings. Just put them down. It doesn't matter how it comes out. Doesn't matter about punctuation, grammar. This is for you. Just let them flow out there. Because remember, when you're journaling, it's the first time you can see what you're thinking. We can all talk and talk and talk, but it just goes in a big circle. When you're writing, the feeling has to come out, and it comes out through your hands, and you're writing this on paper, and you're looking at your words. Those are your words, your feeling. And I have to tell you, the most powerful thing that I have my patients do is journal. And every single day, they will journal in their book. And right before they go to sleep, they'll journal. Put the date and just put the time when you journal throughout the day, close it up. It could be, this therapist, Ron, is a pain in the neck. He wants me to journal at night. I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to get your feelings out, because if you don't, we implode. Those feelings then go within ourselves, and that's what causes depression, anxiety, and stuckness. I mean, if there's such a word. So that's another little tip for you, which I think is phenomenal, is, putting down your feelings and journaling them. Now, let me give you this one. This will make you laugh. But for change with my patients and some talks I've given to some large crowds. And the women really are the biggest components of this one. But I will say to them, I want you to do this now. And I say it at the end of the talk, because I think if I say it at the beginning, they're going to shut me out. So I wait till the end. And I say to them, what I'd like you to do, if you make your bed every morning and you put the 24 pillows on the bed, and it looks nice, right? And if you have a husband or not, or a partner, and they say, well, what do you need all that for? And I'm that guy. But so you want to make your bed. I tell them for 1 week, wake up every morning and don't make your bed. Oh, I'm telling you, you have to see the reaction. I said, it's just not making your bed for 7 days, creating change. And then if you normally didn't make your bed, then I would want those people to make their bed every day for 1 week. Believe it or not, the people who always made their bed had the biggest difficult time in not making it, more than the people who never made their bed. Said, oh, I can make my bed every day if I want to. No big deal. I just don't do it, because what's the point? I'm coming back home later, and what am I going to do? Nobody's here to see it.
Absolutely,
So-
Ron. I'm a bed maker, so it's hard to it's hard to make change. Hey, I'm going to take you up on he'll be with us anytime, Heidi. You
I
heard
love
that.
it.
We're going to hold that to you. You're an amazing guy, and we will be in touch. Love you
Well,
much, and thank you.
Me too. And Ron, you said one of the most important things is reaching out. It's very important. So we are definitely going to be reaching out more to you.
Anytime. Thank you
All
for
right.
having me.
Love you, Ron. Thank
Thank
you
you
for
so
being on.
much for all the tips and tools, Ron. You were awesome.
Oh, well, Heidi, we're going to have our next panel is going to be a child loss panel. And we know every person on here from the Compassionate Friends. They have a Compassionate Friends connection.
We do. We know them fairly well and have worked very closely with all of them.
Absolutely. And monitoring our panel today is going to be Debbie Dulabon. And Debbie is a court-appointed special advocate, founding chair of the Compassionate Friends Diversity Committee, and former president of the board of directors.
She was the president when I was on the board, I have to say, and it was wonderful serving with her.
And then Sherry O'Loughlin is the CEO of the Compassionate Friends right now. And she's the author of Life from Ashes, Finding Signs of Hope After Loss, Creating Hope After the Loss of her son, Connor. And then we have Tim Meadows, and Tim is the executive director of the Christopher Meadows Memorial EMS Education Fund in honor of his son who was killed, in the line of duty as an EMT. He's also a trustee and vice president of the Compassionate Friends Foundation. And then we have Pamela Higgins, and she serves on the board of directors of the Compassionate Friends and as a workshop presenter, keeping her son Samuel's joy alive in the family and community. And then we have Glenn Lord, who is co-creator of Walking Through Grief, CEO of Peer Support Community Partners, and director of the Support After a Death Overdose Project. He's a bereaved parent, sibling, and child, and is past president of the Compassionate Friends Board. Thank you so much, guys, for being on. It's so good to see you all.
Thank you. Good to see you guys, ladies.
Thank you. All right, Debbie, take it away.
Good morning, audience, and welcome home to those who've been here before. And welcome to the new ones. As I like to call this is my tribe. So I want to start off by introducing my panel and talking a little bit about their children. So we're going to start with Pamela Higgins, affectionately known as Samuel Steady. Samuel Christopher, the firstborn of the family trio, could spark incredibly beautiful fireworks with his two younger brothers, 1 year after his high school graduation and 1 month after purchasing a Kawasaki motorcycle. Perhaps a statement of his manhood, the goodbye came after 19 and a half summers. Tim Meadows, Christopher's dad. Christopher was a business school graduate whose heart turned him towards a career where he could help others, EMS. His life was cut short at age 24 when the ATV he was riding overturned while en route to a medical call. Sherry O'Loughlin, Connor's mom. Connor was a deep and inquisitive person beyond his years. One of his frequent sayings was, "Did you know?" which can be followed by some very interesting and cool facts about science, history, the planets, or nature. Connor had an infectious giggle and smile, and he poured his creativity into his music. He left us suddenly in a shocking accident when he was 14. Last and definitely not least is Noah Lord, which is my son Little Dale's friend in heaven. They play together. Noah Lord was a vibrant, fun, silly 4.5-year-old whose outgoing and inquisitive nature allowed him to explore the world around him. He spent many days cooking with his mom and planned with great enthusiasm to be a chef cooking man when he grew up. He absolutely loved and lived life. Sadly, those dreams were never realized. Noah died from a series of medical errors following a tonsillectomy, errors that shouldn't have happened. And my son, Little Dale, Dale Lee Dulabon III, died unexpectedly from undetected and unknown heart fibroma. Good morning, panel. So we're going to get right into it. Everyone's loss is different. So I'm going to ask the question of, in your toolbox nuggets, I'd like you to personalize how you've handled your grief. And let's see, we're going to start in the middle of my screen. We've got Sherry.
I think, there's two stages. Probably all of us would agree with grief. The early stages, it's really just getting by in any way we can. So for me, those were things like physical. I walked. I was always very, into physical fitness, but I had to walk and walk and walk so much. I read voraciously. I needed music that was about grief and about loss to have some relating and finding peer support for me through the Compassionate Friends, but there's lots of peer support out there because I needed to know that there were others like me and others who had found some way when I really couldn't find any. Then I think over time, a little bit, it got more mindful. There were practices that just really helped. I wrote, I was just prompted and compelled to write. I created a toolbox of things that helped that I could share with others and that would help me at a moment's notice. We created lots of honoring opportunities like random acts of kindness in Connor's honor. And the more that I helped do those, the more I could find some steps and continue to keep his memory, his heart, and my love alive.
Thank you, Sherry. Glenn, why don't you tell us a little bit about Noah? Because every time I hear train, I think of Noah and Little Dale playing together.
Well, as you mentioned in the introduction, Noah was 4.5 when he died. But if anyone had met Noah, you would found him to be someone who really did want to understand the world. I mean, I love that did you know concept, because Noah was on the other side of that. He was younger. He would always ask why and what if it. And I know the little kids do. We've had 2 others, so I understand that. But with him, it was different because he really wanted to take it much deeper, and he really wanted to get to understand, we knew to cremate him because he had a discussion about what happened with the dinosaurs, and he had specifically stated that he did not want to be buried in the ground. And so we actually knew that about him because of his driving down to how did the dinosaurs ultimately end up to be bones in the ground. We knew that that was not his wishes. So it made it easier for us to know what to do because we had some vision of what his wishes were. Yeah, so that would be, I think, what I'd tell you to got to know Noah a little better. But I would also comment with Sherry. I think one of the things that helps as far as a nugget of finding hope is peers. You mentioned this, your tribe, and I think it is about finding your tribe. And I think it is about recognizing that your tribe, it may not be the tribe you had before your child died. And it can be very hard and very challenging. But if we as the bereaved sometimes have to be the one to reach out and find our tribe, because sometimes our tribe won't reach out to us. And but if we can find our tribe, I found that connecting with others and really being able to find people where I can, in one sentence, be completely devastated and crying, and in another sentence, completely be sharing the joy in my life, and no one feel that it's a contradiction, that I can in an instant go from 2 extremes of the universe, and to find someone who can get that, I think is a big help it's a tool that I would ask people to put in their toolbox.
Thank you. Pamela, tell us about Samuel, the one that could spark the incredible, beautiful fireworks.
Well, Samuel, when he came into a room, you knew his presence was there, and he just had a bounce and a life and a smile and Mom, and just playing with his brothers and going back and forth with his brothers. And so obviously, when he passed, it was just silence in the house. And, they were talking, but it was just a silence that we all recognized. But he was just the life and energy, very athletic. And we liked to compete and just go at it, whether it was a football game. We were watching the Baltimore Ravens, cheering for him. My granddaughter had on his jersey and his baseball cap that he bought when he was 7 years old. And we were cheering for Baltimore yesterday, but we're a sports house. And so we love that competition. And I just want to comment on the toolbox nuggets that you had asked about it. And Sherry had mentioned, for me, it was writing, having a night playlist. The nights were so hard, having songs that I can listen to just to kind of help me drift in and out of sleep, but having that playlist, reading, journaling, writing, and that writing evolved. As Sherry mentioned later on, it evolved and writing about grief and to inspire others that were walking through those areas, but being very candid as possible with my feelings in the writing, but also running, just trying to stay active. And I was signing up, I was away and felt out of connection with people, but signing up for races to be in community, but I didn't have to talk to anybody. We were all running in the same direction. You could personalize your bib. So I began to personalize my bib with things like Pam and Mom, or Samuel and Pam, and just wonderful things to remember my son. So finding those little things helped me with early on, and then they evolved and kind of expanded into other things later on.
Thank you. Tim, give us a perspective from, male grief and a few nuggets of like how you handle, Christopher's.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is exclusively a guy thing, but I had to do something. I had to engage in some activity, and my biggest fear actually after Chris died was that he would be forgotten because he wasn't here to represent himself as the rest of us do. And so I poured myself into creating a scholarship fund that would have his name on it, keep his name alive, but also pay it forward to other people that wanted to pursue his dream of EMS. And I realized about 5 years into that project that it was actually therapeutic to me to do this. It wasn't just that I was honoring Chris's memory, but I got some power out of doing this. And fundamentally, we need to talk about our kids, and a lot of us don't have a regular vehicle to be able to do that. And this scholarship fund gave me that.
Great. I noticed that each one, when you were speaking of your child, your face is lit up. So, when we talk about our children, we provide sunshine to the world. So in that, I'm going to start with you, Glenn. Tell us something about Noah that makes you smile, a great memory that if we met him, we would be right in on that chuckle.
I think that one of my favorite memories is we took a trip up to Prince Edward Island, and we went in October. And for those of you who've never been in October, Prince Edward Island is a beautiful place, and it's kind of quiet at that time of the year. And we stayed in a hotel that had an outdoor pool, and he absolutely wanted to go swimming, but they had turned the heat off in the pool about a week earlier. And Prince Edward Island in October is not a time you want to go into a pool that doesn't have heat on it. It's probably about 58, 60 degrees was the water, but he was absolutely convinced he wanted to go into it. And there was a hot tub nearby it. He convinced me that we could take turns running back and forth between the hot tub and the cold tub. And it was it was a lot of exercise, a lot of fun, but we probably went back and forth between those two pools like 50 times in about 15 minutes before I finally decided that I couldn't take it anymore and was done. But it was a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed that.
Wow. Pamela, give us something, about Samuel that would make us smile and like enjoy. Just tell us something special about.
He was just a character, he would play pranks, and we had a ping pong table in the house. He could talk trash. Let's just put it out there. We'd be playing ping pong and he's going at it, or we'd be watching a football game. We live in Tennessee, so we're Titans fans. And as I mentioned, he was a Baltimore Ravens fan, and he would just lay on the floor on football Sunday and he would just talk. But it was just so fun. You just laugh. You had a good time. And he could find a way just to make you smile and take digs at you just to see your reaction, and in a fun, loving way. So we do that still with one another. And yes, it was an example. I delivered something to my youngest son that has moved out, and I have this fetish of trying to help them furnish their place. And he just said, Mom, I have 13 chairs in here that you bought, and I live alone. And I could just see Samuel all in him and in that expression. And it just made me laugh inside. He didn't know the connection, but I thought of Samuel. Mom, he has enough chairs in his apartment. So he could just say things that would just make you think and laugh, and sometimes just want to choke you.
Tim, tell us something special about Christopher that makes us smile.
So, so Chris, well, actually, his smile is what made everybody else smile. You know, he could turn a bad day for somebody into a good day just by the warmth in his smile, and he had a huge heart. He in high school, he sat in front of a girl that he overheard talking about the prom coming up, and she had already bought a dress but didn't have anybody to take her to the prom. And he turned around and said, "I'll take you to the prom." That's the kind of kid he was. And I think about that and many other memories all the time about how big his heart was.
Wow. Sherry, tell us something about Connor that makes you smile and that'll make us smile as well.
Well, asking any parent to identify one thing that makes us smile is hard, right? But I'm going to tell a short, funny story. So, he was very athletic growing up, and I played with him a lot and taught him different sports, and we practiced, and that was just a way we bonded and had so much fun. And then when he got a little older, he was very much into football and the Green Bay Packers because we lived in Wisconsin, and Brett Favre. And so he was not happy that I could not throw a football, and he didn't want a mom who stunk at throwing a football. So he worked with me and taught me how to throw a football. And I actually got a heck of a football arm, distance-wise and spiral, because he wasn't going to be done until I could throw the football and he could, return all of the time I spent with him. So I can throw a heck of a football because of my son.
All right. Okay. So within our joy, there's some deep grief. It's a scab we continue to pull off. And we've got about 6 minutes left. So this question is that I want to ask you. It's a double question. Tell us one of your darkest moments. And then at the end of that question, but that's just the question. At the end of that, say your child's name. So let's start with Sherry.
Darkest moments, you mean from the loss?
From their loss. From the loss, or just in the time that they've been gone.
Yeah. Connor played the piano tremendously and actually created tons of music and won composition contests. So I remember afterwards, Pamela alluded to this, like it just went silent in a day and never came back. So one of my darkest for sure was the loss of that music. And I try to find other ways to bring it back, but I miss the music. So Connor.
Thank you. Tim?
Well, Chris and I took a lot of trips together, and I dearly miss the ability to do that with him. And, there's no day that's darker than the day our children passed away, but that's the thing that I miss the most. And his name was Christopher.
Glenn?
Well, you talked about this earlier, and I'm going to share a slightly different perspective on this, because the memory I want to share with you all that I think was dark, but also offered me an interesting perspective is he was 4.5 when he died, and very few people who actually knew him besides family remembered him. Year he would have been 18. A young lady contacted us and said, I'd like to invite you to my high school graduation. And I said, okay, why? She said, because I was Noah's friend, and I would like you to come to my graduation because we would have graduated together. And it was both incredibly hard to realize that he wasn't going to be at that graduation, even though at that point it was 14 years later. And I was kind of surprised how at 14 years something could just smash me over the head like that. And yet at the same time, it was beautiful that someone had remembered him and someone and that it's been something to her to invite me. So Noah, thank you.
Pamela?
Going to the beach, some vacations that we took together, some I have not been able to do just yet. And prior to getting on the call, Tim had mentioned about going to see a play and that it was all right. And that question popped up in my mind. I didn't articulate it. When do you know it's all right to test the water? But we did a lot of beach vacations. And so I have not had an interest in doing that or not sure how that will feel. But I know my darkest hours often was the night. Sammy was out during the night and didn't make it back. And so for me, that's what a lot of my writing takes place at night. I think clear at night. I don't know how that is, but I think clear at night. And so, yeah, going to the beach and spending that time together as a family. We will do it soon, I know, but I have not tried to orchestrate that.
I will share that my son was 6 when he passed, and when his class was graduating from that school, the principal brought all the students back in his class there because we would give out scholarships in his for good character every year. And so I saw these kids coming in, and I just felt like, oh, that's great, they're coming today. And then it didn't dawn on me until they were all together that it was his graduating class, there. So that was just a moment that was like really, it was just wonderful, but it was, a stab in my heart. And it's just something that's like, I get past and then I go backwards. It's like someone said, like the silence is, really loud. Like Dale and I, for us, our house is too big now because we don't occupy parts of it. We live in certain rooms and the other rooms are kind of like vacant because, those were his rooms and the things that he did, lived in. Lastly, because we're coming on down, but you guys are doing great. So this is a question that we didn't talk about. Tell us something that you want us all, or just help our listening audience about like the grief journey. We've got 2 minutes. Glenn, go.
Allow the joy and the pain to dance together, because that's what, to me, finding life again was not about removing either, but allowing them to both coexist beautifully together.
Tim?
I think the lesson I learned is that life does go on, even though you're on an altered path, obviously. But I agree with Glenn that you have bitter and sweet together, and that's the way life goes on.
Pamela?
Be kind to yourself. Give yourself a lot of grace. Take itsy bitsy steps in the beginning, and as you take those itsy bitsy steps, people will walk alongside you, and those steps become strides. And you thrive in areas that you never thought you would again.
Sherry?
I would say going back to peer support or whatever that looks like. It doesn't have to be formal, but letting people in. It's hard to do that, but what we see at the beginning is the pain, understandably, and it's hard to imagine any of our shattered hearts ever being whole again, much less growing. But I can't believe how much my heart has actually grown. And when I hear all of your stories, the four of you here, and your pain and your joys and what you do now in the world and how much bigger you are, that actually makes my heart grow. And we're all that way because of the person we lost. And so that's a hopeful piece of what comes later after we've kind of gone through the muck of the beginning part.
And I will end with the story of my son. We were taking road trips, and he is Dulabon III after his grandfather and dad. And we were taking, used to be a commercial where they would draw on the back of the head, like, you need to use Super Rogaine. And my son was sitting behind his grandfather, and he kept doing this. And I was like, what are you doing? And then he goes, Granddad, you need to use Super Rogaine. And so it's like, I said, that's not polite, and so we laughed then because we were in the back, and then they wanted to know, what are you laughing about? So I had to tell them, you need to use Super Rogaine. So, from the mouths of babes. Um, we thank you. We hope that all of what we said has resonated with someone, but always I say, find a safe place for your grief and for your memories. Share your memories, speak them loudly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you guys all for being on the show today. It's been such a fabulous journey with the Compassionate Friends to meet you all through that. And I hope people who are watching this, if they've had a loss of a child or if they know someone who has, that they would come to the TCS National Conference in New Orleans, July 13th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. That's New Orleans. Open to Hope will be there in force, and we'll be creating some videos. So we hope you'll come and tell us about your life, your work, and what you've done. And thank you all.
We will see you in New Orleans, and thank you for being exemplifiers. You really are for everything you do for so many that have had loss.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So Heidi, our next guest, we're going to talk about father loss, big dreams, understanding how trauma can sideline your dreams and what to do to start dreaming again.
Absolutely, Mom. And we're going to have Dina Babul come in and speak with us. Dina, hello. Dina was on our Open to Hope cable television show. She did a phenomenal job, and I've gotten to know her a little bit. And she is going to talk about something so near and dear to my heart. Dina knows this. My father died 3 years ago, and I felt very lost and lost kind of my identity. It's like, who are we without our dads, right? So Dina will talk a lot about hope and loss and, like you said, big dreams, understanding how trauma can sideline your dreams and what to do to start dreaming again. Dina is an expert in the field of fatherlessness and specializes in helping fatherless daughters reconcile their past in order to find their life's purpose. I have chills when I'm reading that, Dina. She is the creator of the Fatherless Daughter Movement, which focuses on empowering fatherless daughters. Dina is an award-winning author of The Fatherless Daughter Project, Understanding Our Losses and Reclaiming Our Lives. She is a sought-after speaker and has appeared on many media outlets, including The Today Show, CNN, and Fox News, just to name a few. And she is weekly contributor to NBC's Atlanta and Company. Welcome, Dina.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. The end of this last segment was beautiful. I was thinking of a couple of people that I know that I hope they were listening because I definitely shared it out there. But thank you both for doing this wonderful thing and always keeping hope alive and bringing all of us people together so that we can have fellowship and learn and heal together. It's such a beautiful space, and I really appreciate it. Okay, so what I did is I put together a couple of slides because I think it's important to visualize when you're thinking about someone's life and what they went through and who they are. I titled this Big Dreams, Understanding How Trauma Can Sideline Your Dreams and What to Do to Start Dreaming Again. For me, I listed these 4 segments: safety, family, purpose, and dreams, because I think my entire life is connected around those 4 things. Learning how to dream again, feeling safe, connecting to family and to myself and my purpose. You can go to the next slide. Things we lose have a way of coming back to us in the end, if not always in the way we expect. I think this is such a powerful quote. When I was 13 years old, my dad was murdered. I lost my dad then, but I really lost him when I was 3, when my parents went through a pretty tumultuous divorce. From 3 to 13, I saw my dad probably a handful of times. He was a traveling salesman. His family were politicians, and there was a lot going on in the world and in my world where I saw and heard my last name, but wasn't really present with my dad's family. Before that moment of losing my dad, I would say my dreams were about storytelling and writing. And I'd watch Carol Burnett and Saturday Night Live and think of skits. This was before fax machines or anything else, but I just knew I was going to do something creatively. Financially, when my dad died, we completely fell apart at the seams. Emotionally, we fell apart. Financially, and then as far as my safety, because again, my father was murdered. We never found out who did it.
So I walked around in a state of survival. I was angry, I was frustrated, I lost all hope, and I clung to safety, just trying to get through the days. Little did I know that sometimes life is working out for you, even when you don't know it, in your darkest times. And it's not always your main purpose in life, but there is a purpose, and we all heal together. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the day that my dreams were lost. The loss of hopes and dreams are true losses that need to be grieved. I always show a picture of this godforsaken gremlin. This was the car my mom was driving after my dad, they divorced, and she went from having a nice car. We lived in a really nice neighborhood, and then we kind of lost it all. They were, arguing back and forth, and we ended up with this godforsaken car, which was my nemesis. And the reason why it was my nemesis is because it was always breaking down. There was lots of problems with the car, and I just did not like to be seen in the car. I was 13 years old. At that age, you're really fighting for your autonomy. You're trying to understand who you are. It's not the age where you want to pull up at school and your mom kiss you in front of you, or hear your car backfire, or whatever's happening. We drove that car to the funeral. And I was in that state of not just shock, I was in a state of magical thinking, thinking, okay, maybe my dad didn't die. Perhaps he's like Elvis. Maybe he's in the witness protection program, or maybe there's a way I'm going to see him again. And it just all seemed unreal till I got to the funeral home and saw him, physically saw him, and I fainted. I remember my uncle, my dad's brother, walking me outside under a tree and saying, "I'll be here for you from now on." And I remember thinking, you live in a different state. I'm not even really comfortable because I don't know you that well. I felt comfortable. I knew he loved me, but I didn't really know how to act. I was in that weird stage in life. And I thought to myself, if he knew how upset and how sad I was, he would run. I would go on to lose 4 grandparents over the next 4 years. So in 5 years, I lost 5 people. I was re-traumatized over and over again. And again, stuck in survival mode. No time for dreaming, nothing. I was just trying to get in day and get, through the day. I was driving back in that gremlin, and my head was in that little corner in the back. And I was talking to God. And I had faith. My mom's family, we were Episcopalian, and faith was a big part of our life, but I never really had to use it. And I remember we were driving back, and I was having an argument in my head with God and saying, "I cannot believe you did this to me. I can't believe he's gone. How are we going to ever make it? I'm so scared day to day." And I remember God speaking to me, and he said, "Yeah, your life has not been that great. And guess what? It's going to continue. But your adulthood is going to be unbelievable, and you're going to do really wonderful things." You can go to the next slide. So this shows a picture of my safety, which is my family. My middle picture is my mom's family. My great-grandfather was an Episcopal bishop, so faith was important to us. And then the right side is a picture of my best friend that I went to nursing school with. The reason why I put these pictures up is obviously I have my mom, my best friend over there. She and another friend of mine were my best friends, and we ended up going to nursing school together. I chose nursing because I know I wanted to give back, but I didn't know completely how to give back. And what I was looking for is, how can I go to college, get a degree, and get out quick? That's all I cared about, is how can I get money and stabilize myself? That was the only thing I was concerned about. When you think about fatherlessness, we put it in 2 categories. The definition that we use in the book is the lack of emotional bond between a daughter and her father. That could be addiction, abuse, abandonment, death, divorce. People that that deal with abandonment or divorce or estrangement usually hold a lot of anger and resentment and survival mode, isolate and just ready to, kick ass and do whatever they need to do. They don't need anyone. The people that deal with losing a father to death usually are the saddest. They're the ones who struggle the most and get stuck a lot of times, like if only, and my life could have been this way and things could have been totally different had he still been around. I chose a safe route, being a nurse, and that was what I decided to do after watching my mom struggle and realize, this is the life I'm going to have from now on. Next. This is my uncle, my dad's brother. He used to say, I love you, sugar. If you can't tell, I'm Southern. He helped me put the pieces back together in my 20s after multiple failed relationships and just anger and sadness and being so stuck in my grief. I got in a little car wreck and I jumped out of the car. It was my fault. And I jumped out of the car, and what came out of my mouth was the lady started yelling at me. And I said, my father got killed. And I realized, like, oh my God, I sound like a crazy person, right? And so I put myself in therapy. I went one time when I was after my dad died. And of course, the therapist told my mom I was fine. But she packed up all the pictures. She moved on with her life. And here I was stuck feeling like there was a whole side of myself that I didn't know. So I went to therapy, and the therapist said, the only thing you know for sure was that your dad was murdered. You need to go figure out how he lived. Who was he? And so I started feeling that old need to express myself. I was doing therapy 1 or 2 days a week. And I started tiptoeing back into writing and got an article and started writing a monthly article for a magazine in Atlanta that was about dating of all things. But what I really wanted to talk about was the pain I was experiencing. And I couldn't really get that deep in a dating column. So I started writing in a journal, after therapy and everything. And I would just sit down and just write till my heart was content and just get all my emotions out. Next slide. So I showed this picture. This is my dad's grave site. And what I learned is there's 2 types of grief. There's complicated grief, and then there's common grief. About 90% of us will have what we call common grief, if there is such a thing, right? We all know there's no timeline on grief. Everyone's got a different journey. But in 2020, a study found that people who experience grief may see improvements in 6 months to 1 to 2 years, whereas people that deal with complicated grief, which are about 10% of those people, it takes much longer. If you feel like you're kind of stuck in complicated grief, it's usually you have a hard time making sense of your grief. You might displace anger or sadness in other situations. You feel overwhelmed by your grief. It's all you can see. It's all you know. Your trauma responses, just like my vehicle accident and how it comes out, turning to unhealthy coping techniques, which thank God I didn't do. But I did remain stuck, very stuck in my grief, to the point that no one knew how to help me, not even myself. Everybody, said the godforsaken words, get over it. I didn't even know what I was supposed to get over. There was so much of my life I did not know. Next slide. So this is me. I was on the Today Show. It's interesting. I was working in corporate America in a medical sales company, and I was in DC for a meeting, and I was getting ready, and I was watching the Today Show, and under the ticker, it said, do you have a secret? And I thought, you know what? I'm ready. So I wrote into the Today Show and said, I was told my dad had a heart attack, but he was really murdered. The part of the story I didn't tell you was, because my dad's family were in politics, everything was said that he had had a heart attack, but he was actually killed. In that moment,
I decided not to let my grief define me as it had. I was in my mid-20s. This had happened when I was 13. And I really wanted to redefine my life and how to use that grief and what I would become. If you look at the middle slide, it says, until you fix here and address here, nothing can change here, which is so true. So I had my uncle, which I call my stand-in father, and I started doing therapy. And I called my parents and I called my uncle and my family and said, I was called and asked to be interviewed by the Today Show. Did the interview. They pre-taped it, and then they called me and said, okay, we want you to fly to DC. Now, I realized I had never said out loud to anyone that my dad was murdered. Friends, work, co-workers, anybody, even people I dated, I didn't really tell. So I go on to this big stage and I'm sitting there talking to Meredith Vieira, and I admit that my dad had been murdered. And in that moment, I heard myself say, I want to be the voice of fatherless daughters all over the world. I had never thought of that. It was something that just came through me. Go to the next slide. There's no agony like bearing an untold story inside of you. Maya Angelou, who's also a fatherless daughter, wrote that wonderful quote, and it was true. Everything I wrote went back to this very serious girl who had lost her father. And I decided to write a book. I had already written it in a memoir form. After I got off the stage at the Today Show, the agent that was the agent of the Holy Grail called me and said, come to my office. I talked to her for 4 hours, and she confided in me that her husband had died, and she had 2 girls that were fatherless. And we started exploring all this qualitative and quantitative information that I had, all these statistics that I had gotten. I was a nurse. I knew how to gather statistics. And I had been writing and studying this for years just to understand myself. And so we decided to take a turn with the book and turn it into something totally different. In 2016, the Fatherless Daughter Project was published. The interesting fact of that is I had 5 publishing houses that were in a bidding war. Not too bad for your first book. And interestingly enough, all 5 editors were fatherless. Next slide. Next slide, please. So I did the book. I started, coaching. I started talking to people. I started working with fatherless daughters. I started a 501c3. I went on a huge book tour. Back then, 2016 was much bigger than it is now. And I chose to heal. And through that time of writing the book, I also decided to go back to my inner child, not just to do the work of my inner child, but to feel the joy of my inner child and to do the things that I never got to do that trauma had stopped me from. I ran a marathon. I started a 501c3. I traveled everywhere under the sun. I even tried stand-up comedy, among 8 million other things that I tried, and just really had fun. There's such thing as the 3 C's of grief, but I changed it to the 5 C's of grief. Choose to give yourself room to explore. Connect to being a kid again and what first brought you joy. What makes you curious? What do you care about when you're looking for your dreams? Clarifying those dreams and the things that you want to do, and then communicating that to others, because what we say and what we do has a lot of power. I would say that when you're in complex grief or just common grief, your life gets put aside and you have to grieve and you have to go through that. It's really important to give yourself that space and that time. But it's also important when you're up to it and when you can to really explore and connect to yourself again and what makes you curious. Next slide. So don't let your dreams be dreams. Now, here's what I do today. I'm a grief expert, an artist. It's my first piece of art I actually made for my daughter. I Love You, Sugar, for my uncle. I'm an advocate for fatherless daughters, and I've went on to write 2 other books, and I'm working on my 4th right now. Interesting thing happened though. Next slide. In 2023, I was decided, I want to do more. I want to really do other things. I quit corporate America, promptly had a hysterectomy. And then right after that, my uncle died, my beloved uncle. And I was scared to death that death would consume me again and trauma would consume me again. But luckily, all the therapy and all the help gave me some really good coping skills. And so I picked up my paintbrush, which I had not done since college, and started painting again. So at 53, I became an artist. So you never know what's around the corner. It's never too late to start something new. Next slide. This is the last one. Sorry, it was over. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I know this was short and sweet in a run through of, 50 something years, but it's so interesting when you give yourself time and space and you don't rush yourself. So many beautiful, wonderful things happen in your life and dreams do come true. Thank you, Heidi. Thanks, Gloria.
Oh, thank you so much. It was very inspiring.
It was, Dina. Thank you so much. And I love how you said, do not let your grief define you, and that your uncle helped you and said, I love you, sugar, like looking for other people that can help us in our grief journey. And you've certainly done that. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being on.
I appreciate it. Thanks for everything y'all do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dina.
All right, now we're going to take a musical break with Nathan Peterson, and then we're going to do some yoga, grief yoga with Paul Dennison. And first, I want to tell you about Nathan. Nathan Peterson is a singer, songwriter, author, and speaker known for his raw, emotive music and his insights on the complexities of the human experience. During his 25-year career in the music industry, Nathan has released numerous albums. His platinum solo, So Am I, resonates worldwide. And he does it in the name of his daughter, I am sure. Thank you for being on, Nathan.
Thanks, Nathan.
I guess I'll unmute. Thank you for having me. So, I cut my guitar finger. I'm gonna attempt to play guitar here, but I suppose it's kind of good, I have a little bit of a wound while you play songs. So I think this song is like 3 minutes, and I think my slot is like 5, so I'm gonna just give us maybe 30 seconds of this time to just have a moment to take a breath. When it's been far too long and I'm this close to giving up, when the sun doesn't shine, is far too gone, and so am I. So am I. When it feels all the time like your best is all behind, you're counting days, you're killing time, you're all but gone, so am I. So am I. and so am I. But you're still here. You're breathing out. You're breathing in. You're alive. And maybe life is still ahead. It's there for you. And so am I. And so am I. And so am I. We're still here. We're breathing out. We're breathing in. We're alive. And maybe life is still ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Nathan. Always like a poet. Amazing.
He is, and I think the fact that your cut is a metaphor. Although we're wounded, we keep going on. And we're still alive. Thank you so much, Nathan.
Great to see you. Cannot hear him. Just on.
Nathan, I think you're
Sorry.
muted.
I put a link to the song at the top of my website. I'd love for anyone who's part of the conference to have it for free. So just nathanpeterson.net and you can download the song.
Great.
Thank you so much, Nathan. We appreciate you. Okay, Mom, next we are going to have Paul Denniston. We have had on our show before. He is phenomenal. Please stay here because he will move you through a beautiful breath and movement, and we need to because our trauma and our losses get trapped in our bodies. And Paul is going to help us work through this. Paul Denniston is the founder of Grief Yoga and the author of Healing Through Yoga, Transform Loss into Empowerment. The mission of Grief Yoga is to use movement, breath, and sound to release pain and suffering, to connect to empowerment and love. Paul has taught and trained this practice to thousands of therapists, counselors, yoga teachers, and healthcare professionals around the world, and he does it in honor of his sister. Thank you so much, Paul.
And stay on after Paul for our afterlife panel. All right, Paul, I'm ready.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Gloria. Hi, friends. Thank you for welcoming me into your space. I am grateful to guide you. You know, having deep losses and going through many losses of people that I have loved. I know the heaviness of grief, and we're going to create a little bit of an experience here where we're just going to find some movement, breath, and sound to release what weighs heavy on us. I'm just going to be your guide in this space. Please listen to your body. If it doesn't feel right for you to move, just sit and observe. But I'm also a big believer that healing can need movement. And so we're going to do that in this space. Okay? Take a moment and notice where you're touching the earth. Feel your sit bones grounded. Feel your sit bones in your chair. Maybe place one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. I invite you to just take a moment and breathe. Inhale here. Exhale now. Good. I invite you to release your hands down. We're just going to do a little bit of gentle movement. I'm going to start it right here from my chair. Find the space that works best for you. We're just going to enter a little moving meditation. I invite you to bring your ear to your shoulder and breathe. I invite you to bring your chin to your chest and breathe. Opposite ear to shoulder, breathe. Just go back and forth, chin to chest, ear to shoulder. I invite you to just create a circle around with your head. Good, and then maybe a large circle in the other way, just a large circle here. Slowly, when you're ready, come back to center. Maybe move a little forward on your chair. And I invite you to just start to circle your torso around. If you're in your mind right now, I invite you to say body, breath. Start to move the torso in large circles. I invite you to create large circles in the other way. I invite you to just do a little sigh and a sound here. Ah. Good. Slowly, when you're ready, take a moment and from a centered place, I invite you to inhale through your nose and lift your arms up, and then exhale, palms facing the earth, and feel yourself grounded. Now I'm going to stand up here, but if you'd like to stay seated in your chair, you're welcome to. Otherwise, inhale, stand, and lift the arms up. Exhale, feet grounded. Bring your hands to your sides. Take a more up and down. Next time your hands are in the air, reach them up and just have a little gentle sway here from side to side. Take a deep inhale. Exhale, side stretch, left arm down, right arm stretches over. Inhale, open up that side body, even if you're in your chair. Inhale, reach the arms up, then side stretch to the other side. Inhale, open up that side body here. Just take a moment and float one time on each side. Good. Next time your hands are in the air, hold them there. And slowly bring your palms down. Feel your feet grounded. And I'm just going to move the hands a little bit here from side to side, just like empty coat sleeves here. Just move the hands from side to side. If you're seated in your chair, you can also bring your palms together and just gently twist from side to side that way. If you're in a standing position, I invite you to take a deep inhale. Exhale, just do a little sigh here. Ah. Good, and again, take a deep inhale. Exhale, just do a little sigh here. Ah. Good. All right, we're going to play a little bit more with breath and sound here, okay? I'm going to invite you to begin to bring your hands right now and bring them in front of you, almost like you're stuck in chains here. And we're going to create a little space to empower ourselves here. I invite you to take a deep inhale. Now push both elbows back. Good. Again, inhale, both elbows back. Good. One more time. Now, I invite you to bring your fists right to your belly and see if the sound can come from the belly. Take a deep inhale. Exhale from the belly. Good. One more time. Inhale. Exhale from the belly. Good. Shake it out through the hands. Now, I invite you to bring your fists right in towards your chest. We're going to create a little bit of a spark within, okay? I invite you with one hand, punch out, and other hand, punch out. And we're going to start to breathe through your mouth. Equal inhalation and exhalation through your mouth. And if you'd like to speed up, go a little faster, breathe through the mouth and punch. Here we go. You've got it for 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Bring both fists in. Now throw and release behind you here. Good. Whatever you need to release here. Inhale. Release behind you. Again, one more time. Release. Good. All right, shake it out a little bit here. Shake the body. All right. Gonna wake ourselves up here, pat the belly here. Fists in, take a deep inhale, clear out stale oxygen with a powerful good. Again, inhale, exhale deeply, sound. All right, bring your fists right back here. We're gonna punch out, breathe through your mouth. Here we go, punch it out. Keep holding your fists with dynamic tension. Good. Keep going here. For 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your fists tight. Now exhale, release with the hands behind you. Again, inhale, release with the hands behind you. All right, shake out the body a little bit. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Good. Tap all around the body. Tap it around the body. Good job. All right. Now, I'm going to invite you to interlace your fingers together. Okay? Now, imagine there's a piece of wood right here in front of you. You're going to chop some piece of wood. Feet hip-width distance apart, knees bent. Interlace the fingers here. Inhale through the nose, lift the arms up, and then just bring the arms down and chop. Inhale, exhale, chop. Good. Again. If you're feeling irritated or angry, just go ahead and chop that piece of wood here. Good. I invite you now to release it. Shake out the hands. Shake out the body. Get into your body. Do a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a shake. And to just tap all around the body here. All right, good. I invite you to have a seat. Have a seat. Grief is exhausting, so we're just giving a little space to awaken here. And now I'm going to invite you to place your hands on your chest and your heart. If there's somebody your heart loves and misses, I'm going to invite you to take a moment and hold your chest and hold your heart for a moment here. And I invite you to say that person's name here out loud. Ella. And breathe. If you could speak to them, what would you say? I invite you to tap your heart, tap your chest. If you could speak to them, what would you say to them? I miss you. I'm sorry. I wish I could have shown up better for you. I miss your laugh. If you don't know what to say to them, I invite you to just tap your chest and I invite you to just say their name, Ella. Ella. I invite you to bring your hands and just circle the chest and circle the heart. And I invite you to bring your hands back out in front of you. And I invite you to perhaps close your eyes or gaze down. And I invite you to just think of one thing that you're grateful for about who they were. Maybe it was a time you experienced together. See something specific about the gift they gave to you. Maybe the gift you gave to them. I invite you to bring your hands to your chest and to your heart. Maybe just say the words here, I love you. Now I invite you to bring your hands to opposite arms and give yourself a hug. And now allow the hands to just be like wings for a moment, and lift the wings up and open your chest and open your heart. I'm going to create a space for this love, for this grief to flow. You are welcome to follow along with me or find your own movement. I'm going to stand up. Wherever you are is perfect. I invite you with one hand to circle around you. Other hand circle around you. And then palms together and lift it around you. Again, circle. Other hand circle. Palms together, bigger circle around you. I invite you to take one step forward. Bring your hands as if you were cradling a child in front of you. I love you. I invite you to give yourself a hug. Let's keep flowing with this. With one hand, circle it around you. I honor your life. Other hand, I honor my life. Palms together, bigger circle. I honor a power greater than ourselves. Circle. Big circle around you. I invite you to take one step forward. Bringing your hands as if you were cradling a child in front of you. I love you. I invite you to give yourself a hug. And let these wings again float up and wings float down. I invite you to lift your wings up and create a heart offering. Open your chest, open your heart, and circle it around. I invite you to reach the arms up, open your heart, and circle it around. I invite you to take one step forward. Let your wings float up and wings float down. Come back to cradling that child in front of you and send them love. I will always love you. Embrace yourself here. Give yourself a hug. I invite you to reach the arms up. I invite you to bring the elbows down. Open your chest. Open your heart. I invite you to say that person's name here out loud. Ella. Good. And now I invite you to just fold forward here and breathe. Just fold forward. Just shake out any tension in your shoulders and neck. And I invite you to just come to a comfortable seated position if you'd like. To start to find a little bit of a place of softening here. If you're standing, you can forward fold or have a seat. Just fold forward here and breathe. Slowly, when you're ready, one vertebra at a time, slowly come up to a neutral seated position. I invite you to place your left foot on your right knee and take a moment there and breathe. I invite you to bring both feet down and allow the other foot to come to the opposite knee and breathe. And slowly, when you're ready, bring both feet down. Just take a moment and place one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. Take a deep inhale and a deep exhale.
Whoa, Paul, you have energized me.
Good.
Oh, that was phenomenal. I didn't realize how many emotions I was holding until I did that.
Absolutely. And how you have re-energized us. My goodness. I'm like, we're about halfway through the conference and wow, you really woke us up. And what a great way to come into our next panel, which is going to be an afterlife panel. But before we go there, I want to remind everybody that all of this is being recorded and it will be on the Open to Hope site after. So you're going to be able to revisit any of these talks and tell your friends and family about it.
And revisit what Paul just did with
Absolutely.
the grief yoga. And thank you for honoring our loved ones.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Gloria.
It's great being on. All right, we've got our afterlife panel coming on now, which I think was a great segue into it because I think we're all awake and ready to go.
Absolutely, Mom. And we have a phenomenal woman today that is moderating, Elizabeth Boisson. She is the president and co-founder of Helping Parents Heal. And I know they're going to have a phenomenal conference this summer. And hopefully Elizabeth will tell us a little bit about it because I can't remember.
It's going to be in August and it is going to be in Phoenix, Arizona. So I know August is hot in Phoenix, but we'll be there.
It's always very hot. You're right. It's
It's
so good to see the two of you.
It's so much fun. We've been there last year and it's really fun and they have a phenomenal pool. So don't get scared.
And the people that are presenting are very life-changing. You'll hear from some of them today. Let me talk to you a little bit about Elizabeth before she moderates this panel that we have today. So thank you for being here today with us. Elizabeth, as I said, is the president and co-founder and newsletter editor of Helping Parents Heal. She has 4 beautiful children, 2 of whom are in spirit. Chelsea passed when she was 2 days old in France, and Morgan transitioned at the base camp of Mount Everest when he was just 20 years old. Elizabeth is the affiliate leader of the Phoenix Scottsdale group of Helping Parents Heal, and she is the author of Life to Afterlife, Helping Parents Heal, the book. She is also a certified yoga instructor and teaches healing yoga. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Thank you. It's so great to see both of you, and it's wonderful to have these incredible members of our panel today. And we're going to just jump right in because we have some wonderful questions. I'm going to start, we're going by alphabetical order. So I'm going to start with Mark Anthony, who is going to be at our conference. Mark Anthony, JD, psychic explorer, psychic lawyer, is a world-renowned psychic medium, Oxford-educated attorney, near-death experience researcher, paranormal expert, and legal analyst who appears internationally on TV and radio and headlines at conferences and expos like Helping Parents Heal. Mark is a featured columnist for Best Holistic Life magazine and co-host of The Psychic and the Doc on the Transformation Network. Mark Anthony is the author of 3 best-selling books, The Afterlife Frequency, Evidence of Eternity, and Never Letting Go. His latest, The Afterlife Frequency, has been endorsed by the world's top survival of consciousness scientists and designated by prettyprogressive.com as one of the top books about faith in God. The Afterlife Frequency and Evidence of Eternity were considered for Pulitzer Prizes. All of his books are recommended by hospices and grief counselors worldwide. So I am going to address the first question to Mark Anthony. And that question is, through your work as a medium and near-death experiencer, or excuse me, near-death experience researcher,
and
you have developed, well, yes, and experiencer. I know that you are as well. You have developed new terms and concepts about spirit communication. One of these is electromagnetic soul. Can you explain what this means to us?
I can, and I'm going to do it as quickly as I can. We know that in the study of afterlife science, we are now discovering that the brain did not create consciousness, it merely hosts it, the way your computer hard drive hosts the programs on it. I mean, nobody's hard drive created Windows 10 or Windows, any of the Windows programs. So we know from the study of neuroscience that the brain, being only 2% of the body's weight, uses over 20% of its electrical energy. We know from the laws of thermodynamics and physics that energy is neither created nor destroyed, only transferred from one form to another. And we know from faith that every great spiritual teacher, from the sages of ancient India 5,000 years ago through Zoroaster, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Gandhi, Mother Teresa, Native American spirituality, all believe that the soul, the who and what we are, pre-exists the body, comes into the body, and moves on after the body dies. So I created the term electromagnetic soul to explain what we really are, which is pure consciousness that is eternal electromagnetic energy. Now, obviously, I'm giving the Cliff Notes version of this, but I would like to honor something that Dr. Gary Schwartz said about the electromagnetic soul, because sometimes people say that, well, this sounds all very much like physics. And Dr. Schwartz said, well, let's look at electromagnetic soul as soul, S-O-U-L, standing for source of universal love.
That's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for that answer. And I'm glad that you were able to add something for Gary, because he has very weak internet service right now. But we're going to jump from you and come back to you to Dr. Lenore Matthew, who holds a PhD and Master's in Social Work from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, with expertise in trauma, grief, and intuitive awakenings, as well as research and evidence-based practice. She is also a trained evidential medium and a young widow. Her ability of mediumship opened up when her late husband unexpectedly passed in 2020. Today, Dr. Matthew blends her social work and research background with her mediumship ability to help people hone their own intuitive abilities and develop interactive, healing relationships with their loved ones in the afterlife. You can find out more about her and her work at www.drlenorematthew.com. And I'm going to go ahead and ask her first question. From your research, practice, and personal experience, how can maintaining an active relationship with a loved one in the afterlife help someone heal through a loss? And that is something that we all want to know. So go ahead.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for inviting me to this panel. Thank you to the panelists, and especially to Open to Hope and everyone who's here. So many of us have experienced something like receiving signs or afterlife communications from our loved ones. It's a common experience. I would say it's actually a majority of us who've lost a loved one on the other side have felt our loved one with us. We've dreamt of them. We've received some sort of a sign, something poignant. There was a 2023 survey by the Pew Research Center that went out over a representative survey of the population of the United States. And over half of all Americans have felt their loved one near them after they pass. So this is a very common experience. the thing that I found in my own experience, especially being, a very left brain person or presenting myself as such before my husband passed in 2020, is we don't have any sort of concept of, it's not in our realm of day-to-day conversation. If it is, it's in a very Hollywoodized or sensationalized way. But when we're faced with an extreme traumatic loss or any kind of loss, it's almost like the ego crumbles, and whatever comes in that brings some sort of light, it's almost like bring it on. At least that's how I felt. So I found in my research, in my practice, and also in my own lived experience, when we connect to our loved ones on the other side, and I mean that by receiving their signs, but also by actively engaging with them. So for me, I meet my husband all the time in meditation, also seeing mediums. I practice as a medium as well. There's this short-term and long-term effect of positive impact on our healing and also on our mental health. And this really affects us kind of at three levels. We make sense of the present, we make sense of the past, and we make sense of the future, or we engage in these things in different ways by working with our loved ones. So in the present, right now, when we're going through loss, for me, it was in 2020. It still feels like yesterday. My husband died by suicide without any warning signs. So the trauma and the shock of that was just overwhelming. My entire worldview was uprooted. But the present of feeling him come close, of working with him in meditation, of connecting to him through mediumship, helped me feel hope and comfort in the immediate. It was a protective factor. I knew that I have goosebumps all over as I say that. I know when he's here, I can feel him. I would meet him in dreams sometimes, but it was more the active connection through meditation. So in the present, there was a protective factor, a connection, and also an opening of my mind to something I'd never thought of before, that he could be here, that maybe we continue. For the first time in my life, I thought about what it's like to have life after death. I'd never thought about it before. As I continued working with my husband, his name's Bruno, as I continued working with Bruno and meeting with him in meditation, doing guided meditations, feeling him in Shavasana after yoga, I started to get very clear signs that helped me reconcile the past. And so I started to understand by the clairsentient messages he would send, and sometimes objective information that I could verify, that helped me get my why. I understood, I started to piece together what happened in the past. And I've heard this in my research as well. For example, I think of one study participant who was estranged from her dad. He crossed, and then he came to her, and they've actually been able to rebuild a relationship that they didn't have in the physical. They reconciled the past. And then we receive insight into the future, which, as someone who's gone through traumatic loss, it's like your whole world crumbles, and we've got to piece it back together somehow. And that happens gently at the mind, at the body, at the heart, at the soul, at the community, at the family. And where do you start? And for me, it was leaning into Bruno's messages, and then messages from other people on the other side that I started to connect with. I started to learn guides. I started to meet my grandparents in new ways who are on the other side. And they give us pieces of information that help us move forward. And that ultimately led me back to the work that I do now, which is group work. I don't do one-on-one readings anymore, but I do group work of teaching people how to bring in this continued bond theory and apply it in a way where we learn how to tap into our own mediumship. So long story short, there are short-term and long-term benefits that help us move through grief, process it, and also find a life that we really deem worth living and love to live.
That's beautiful. You have such a way with words, and I love it. Thank you for sharing that with us. We're moving on to Dr. Mark Pitstick, who is a huge part of Helping Parents Heal as well. He's an MADC, has 50 years of experience helping many people in hospitals, pastoral counseling settings, mental health centers, and holistic health care clinics. When he was 6 years old, Mark told his parents that a beautiful sunset reminds me of God, which I think is beautiful. Dr. Pitstick has written 7 books, created 11 transformative audio programs, produced a documentary, and hosted 2 radio shows on spiritual awareness and optimal living. He directs the Soul Phone Foundation. He assists in research on the Soul Phone Project and works closely with Helping Parents Heal as well. To learn more, you can go to either www.soulproof.com or www.thesoulphone.com. And your first question, Mark, is what is the collective evidence that now proves life continues after bodily death? I think this might be one of my favorite questions for this panel. Could you tell us that?
You bet. Thanks very much, Elizabeth, for this opportunity to share some of the great news that provides a vast amount of hope and healing, much more than most people know about right now. I'll be referring to some articles on my website, soulproof.com. And so to learn more about the great news, what it is, how it can transform every aspect of your life, see article number 19. So the collective evidence, and that's Dr. Gary Schwartz and I, have broken down into 3 categories. First, scientific evidence. So this is true scientific evidence, controlled studies, replicated research, multi-centered studies, double-blind involvement, and published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal. And to learn more about that scientific evidence, you can see article number 1 at soulproof.com. The second category of evidence we term clinical. And so that involves medical or psychological clinicians collecting data in a systematic way and analyzing. And the data collection occurs in professional offices, hospitals, or field settings. And the categories under clinical include near-death experiences, past life memories, perinatal research, life between lives studies, terminal lucidity, and deathbed visions. So to learn more about that category of afterlife evidence, see article number 60. And finally, the third category we term experiential evidence, also known as empirical or firsthand experience evidence. And this is evidence that's perceived and analyzed by the person having the direct experience. And categories in that include after-death communications, out-of-body experiences, shared death experiences, although shared death experiences are now moving into the clinical realm with more research being collected, and other personal experiences. And these are described in article number 115. Now, my short book called The Afterlife Evidence describes all this evidence, and also Greater Reality Living, which Dr. Schwartz and I wrote together, available at soulproof.com and Amazon. And by the way, our policy is that anyone who can truly not afford these but wants them will send free digital copies. Just email me, mark@soulproof.com.
That is wonderful. And I know that this is true because we have lots of parents who get your books. We have right now about 9 minutes to be able to do 3 more questions. So we're going to whip through them if possible, starting with Mark Anthony again. And I love this question as well. What is a shared death experience and a deathbed vision? How does your EMS, which is the electromagnetic soul theory, explain these phenomena?
Thank you, Elizabeth. In my work as a psychic medium, and I've done over 15,000 readings, and I continue to do readings both in an individual and a group setting. And I've been able to observe close hand people that experience a deathbed vision as well as a shared death experience. When the electromagnetic soul is leaving the body, there is an expansion of frequency. And what happens is when somebody is in transition, we hear through near-death experience research how people go through a tunnel into the light and they're greeted by loved ones in spirit. Well, I've been at the bedside of a number of people as they're dying, and I'll pick up on the spirits that are there to greet them. So what happens is many times when somebody is dying, and it could be family members, friends, but also healthcare workers and hospice workers, they will observe that the person who's dying will start interacting with and talking to people that they know who died. They may start talking to a spouse or a child or a grandparent or friends who've died. And for years, people were saying, oh, well, this is the side effect of a dying brain. This is some type of a hallucination prior to passing. But now we have shared death experiences where those same people who are in close physical proximity, they too will see the spirits. I was at the bedside of one woman who was passing, and I picked up on 27 different spirits. Her children were able to identify 24 of them. The other 3, they weren't sure because it appeared to be on the great-grandparent level. And so what happens is, as the EMS is leaving the body, its frequency begins to interact with the afterlife frequency of the other side. Okay, so those are the spirits. But the rest of us in close proximity, and you don't have to be a medium to experience this, we all have electromagnetic souls. Our brains all operate on electromagnetic energy. And what happens in a shared death experience is your brainwave frequency starts to overlap with the person's who is transitioning and the spirits they're communicating with. And see, this has been documented for centuries, and people haven't, they haven't wanted to talk about it because it's kind of that fringe voodoo type of thing. But now that this is becoming more mainstream, it's been documented quite a bit. And I'd like to leave with perhaps one of the most famous deathbed visions happened 2 years ago. Our favorite Golden Girl, Betty White, as she was dying, she was married to the love of her life, Alan Ludden, for over, for decades, and he died 40 years before her. And at the precise moment when she died, she looked up and she said, Alan, and then she passed. So I'll leave us with that.
That's beautiful. Kind of like the one that Steve Jobs did as well, which was also beautiful. So we have 2.5 minutes each for the 2 of you. And thank you, Mark. So we're going to quick jump into Dr. Lenora Matthews' question, which is it possible for anyone to develop a relationship with their departed loved one? If so, how?
Yes, 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 yes. 1,000 times yes. I liken learning, I say learning spirit talk, learning how to tap into the other side through your own psychic abilities. I say it's like learning another language. And while there are people that, yes, may have a natural kind of ability to go deeper, we're all born with the capacity to learn how to say, hello, I love you in another language. So how do we do this? We can work with ourselves and then with groups, and both have their own merits and both are important. So when I say ourselves, both are connecting. It's this trifecta, right? Up to spirit. So on my own, I do guided meditations every day in the first year, especially after Bruno passed. I would do a guided meditation and I would just go elsewhere. And it helped my physical body heal. And it also helped take me to a place where we could connect. Energy healing like Reiki, Kundalini, movement, and then the settle after. So yoga helps. Automatic writing and journaling. These are different ways that we can start to identify and connect in and start to get a sense of how our loved ones are coming close. And then for me and a lot of people with whom I've worked, my awareness and trust in my abilities really were just kind of blown out of the water when I started doing formal intuitive development. And there's no one here saying if you do so that you have to have the objective in mind of being a practicing medium. Maybe that's a part of your path for some of it. Maybe it's just a stepping stone. But as we start to work with other people, we expand our abilities and our gifts. And we also start to get validation that what we're perceiving is validated because other people are saying, yeah, you're right. That makes a lot of sense to me. So working with the self and then working with groups, all with the intention of calling our loved ones in.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And so the last question for Mark, but you might want to integrate something with Gary as well. How can people better sense the living presence of their loved ones who have changed worlds? So this is kind of similar to what Dr. Lenore Matthews was saying, but maybe you could expand on that.
Sure. I'll mention 3 ways. There are others. First of all, spontaneous after-death communications. And by the way, working with parents and with helping parents heal, almost 100% of those parents have had one or more waking or dreaming meaningful perceptions of their child. Secondly, I created the facilitated after-death communication technique as described in article number 9 at soulproof.com, which uses very deep relaxation / light hypnosis. guided imagery to quiet the brain, which you understand blocks out 99% of reality, and allows us then to sense what's all around us, really, our loved ones who have changed worlds. And in the future, we quite likely will be able to, and this is what Dr. Gary Schwartz is going to present, use soul phone technology. Dr. Schwartz is a former Harvard and Yale professor, now senior professor at the University of Arizona. So to learn more about that project, you can visit soulphone.com. But just briefly, he has been working for 15 years. We now have a team of software developers, electrical engineers, working on the soul switch, a binary yes/no signal from what we call post-material persons. Once this switch is perfected, then it will be able to be used in the soul keyboard, which is just a series of switches so that loved ones can text or type with us, and then eventually soul audio, talking, soul video, just like we're doing now. Very exciting.
With our loved ones instead. Yes.
This provides so much hope and healing for people. So I hope you know it's happening now. Please share this with everyone you know. This is part of that great news.
That was perfect. And I think we are at exactly the time limit. So I see Gloria and Heidi coming back on. Hi.
Hey, thank you so much, Elizabeth, and the panel. It was really very interesting, and we're looking forward to seeing you at the conference.
Absolutely. This is so hopeful for so many out there to know that their loved ones are still around them. So yes, please go to this conference if you have lost hope, and you will be very inspired. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, panelists. You did a great job. You guys are wonderful, though. Thank you, Gloria and Heidi as well. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on. Well, Heidi, our next guest is Colin Campbell, and he's an Academy-nominated writer and director for theater and film. And he is going to be on today talking about bridging the chasm, finding ways to keep our community close as we grieve. Hi, Colin.
Hi.
Colin.
Hi, good to see you guys again.
Yeah, it's great to see you again. We recently interviewed Colin, and he teaches at Chapman University and Cal Polytech Pomona University. He has two beautiful and brilliant teenage children, Ruby and Hart. Both Ruby and Hart were killed by a drunken driver in 2019. And Colin has drawn strength and inspiration from the mourning rituals of his wife's Jewish traditions. His book, Finding the Words, Working Through Profound Loss with Hope and Purpose, was published in 2022.
And, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I've just got to say that Colin was on our podcast. I reached out to Colin because he's been on so many things, so much media, etc., because people want to know, after you've had both your kids killed, how do you go on? How do you find hope? How do you find meaning? And he is here to tell us about his experience, and he's very candid and real about the journey.
Absolutely. And I love it because he's a director of theater and film and was before the kids were killed. So he has a special eye.
Yeah.
I mean, different with that eye and thought and, how you think about things and how you put things together. So Colin, we're looking forward to hearing you talk about bridging the chasm and finding ways to keep our community close as we grieve.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. Yes, I'm excited to talk today about that very fact, the idea of how do we bridge that chasm between us and people who haven't lost a loved one, and I think that a lot of us struggle. I certainly struggle with feelings of isolation and abandonment. So after Ruby and Hart were killed, I was suddenly thrown into this terrible reality that I was grieving, and I didn't know how to grieve, and I didn't even know how I was going to manage to move forward. But I went to a lot of grief groups. So I went to multiple compassionate friends. I went to an organization called Our House, which is wonderful as well. They're both wonderful. And also MAD had grief groups, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, because my children were killed by a drunk and high driver. And I found them very helpful, all those groups. But I noticed an interesting pattern, which was the groups would begin with everybody sharing their losses and their anguish and their despair and their aching, their terrible aching for the loved one that was gone. But very quickly, the conversation would shift to how they all felt, or many felt, abandoned by the people they love, abandoned and betrayed by their community, who were not there for them in their time of need. And I read books that said that too. A lot of grief books said, you'll find out who your true friends are now, because most of your friends will leave you. And I was struck by this. I thought, oh my God, my friends love me. They love Ruby and Hart. Surely I'm not going to be betrayed and abandoned. That's not going to happen. But yet I saw how it could happen, because it was starting already. And it was like, to my mind, it was like this vicious cycle, because people didn't know how to talk to me, because our culture doesn't tell people how to talk to the grieving, right? And I was, I think, a scary figure for many of my friends. They didn't know what to say without offending me or making me feel more pain. They didn't want me to hurt anymore, so they backed away a little bit. And then I also felt myself backing away, because in early acute grief, a lot of times we want a cocoon. We can't deal with interacting with other people, right? We don't feel very social in early grief. But I could feel already that chasm opening up. And I could see myself getting angry with people, because why weren't they calling? Why weren't they coming around? Why weren't they talking to me? And yet, at the same time, if they did come by, oftentimes I would say, no, I can't. I'm not available. I'm not up for talking with you tomorrow. They call up and say, hey, do you want to go for a walk tomorrow? And I'd say, tomorrow? I have no idea what I'm doing the next half hour. I can't commit to something tomorrow, so no. And then I thought, oh no, I need my community. I learned through a lot of the Jewish traditions of grieving, which involve community very centrally. I learned how important that was to me. So, for example, Shiva, people come to your house every night for the first week after the funeral and sit with you. And I found it so helpful in my early grief to be able to talk to my friends and family about Ruby and Hart and about my grief. I found it was almost necessary for me in order to process what was happening to me. So when Shiva ended and people stopped coming around, that's when I started to panic. And I started to feel myself get angry and frustrated. And so I was determined that wasn't going to happen to me. I was going to keep my friends and family. I was going to figure out how to do that, how to bridge that chasm. And I came with a few tools that I think were certainly helpful to me. So I'm sharing them with you now, in the hopes that they might help someone out there as well, who's also feeling abandoned and isolated in their grief. And one of the first tools I discovered was what I call my grief spiel. So people would come to my house and they would open the door and then they would look at me with just like panic, and they wouldn't even say hello, because they were so scared they might offend me, right? They wouldn't mention Ruby and Hart's name either, because they thought that I might hurt my feelings, right? Oh no, my children, you reminded me my children are dead, as if I had forgotten, right? And so part of my grief spiel was I would pull people aside and say, look, here's the deal. I need to talk about Ruby and Hart. I need to talk about my grief and grieving. And I can talk about something else for a little while, but then we got to circle back to my grief and grieving and Ruby and Hart right away. And I need you to talk about Ruby and Hart. I need you to say their names and tell me stories about them. And it came out of this real necessity, this real desperation that I felt like I was plunging into an abyss, and I couldn't get through it alone. And what I found was that I got great feedback from my grief spiel. People would tell me, oh my gosh, thank you for telling me what you need. I had no idea. And they felt relieved, and they started talking about Ruby and Hart, and we had conversations about my grief, what was happening to me in that moment. And so it was a lot of like positive reinforcement, and so I kept up with my grief spiel. My wife and I both did that. We kept talking to people about what we needed, and our needs changed. Very early on, people would try to relate to us by sharing their losses, like they lost a grandma 5 years ago, or their cousin died 10 years ago. And they were trying to do that as a way to connect. But for me, it felt upsetting, because I didn't have the emotional bandwidth to think about their grief right now, because I was in a fresh acute grief. And also it felt like they were comparing, like, your cousin died 10 years ago, who cares? My kids just died. And so I feel differently now. Now I do. I want to talk about their losses. I want to talk about their cousin who died 10 years ago. Absolutely. But in fresh acute grief, I didn't have the bandwidth. I couldn't talk about anybody else's losses. So I put that in the grief spiel, you know, and it helped because people stopped doing that. And so anytime in my early grief process where I found new problems, I discovered that sharing my needs with my friends was incredibly helpful. And I've had people ask, like, was anyone ever like irritated or offended by your grief spiel? You know, because it's kind of awkward, right? Telling your friends, like, this is how you need to talk to me right now. But that's how early acute grief is, right? It's selfish. It has to be because it's such a catastrophic event, you know? And so the answer is no. None of my friends ever were offended or upset. They all were appreciative, and they all took the note, as it were. In other words, they heard my grief spiel and they changed their behaviors so we could have a real conversation about grief and deepen our friendship as a result. At one point, I found that people were very reluctant to cry around me. So they would talk to me, they'd be like fresh and bubbly, and then they'd go off in the corner in the bathroom, hide and cry, and then come back. And I was like, why are you going away from me and crying? Like, I cry all the time. It feels really strange. Please know that it's okay to cry. And I might cry as well, but that's okay. And that was very helpful too, you know, very reassuring to people because they were scared that if they quote unquote made me cry, they were hurting me, you know, but actually I cried every day. I felt the need to cry about Ruby and Heart. And it helped me to see other people cry. It helped me to feel less lonely, you know, less abandoned, because it wasn't just me that was grieving, my whole community was grieving, which of course is true, right? You know, when somebody dies, the whole community grieves them. But oftentimes, the central people, the primary mourners, the immediate family, they're like left out of it, out of deference, you know, out of the idea to not hurt them. But what it makes them feel is isolated, like nobody else is crying, just me. So it was. I used to say I love seeing kids cry. I love seeing Ruby and Heart's friends cry, which sounds sadistic, but it helped me. It helped me to feel not so alone. And then another tool that I want to share is that Gail and I both used emails, because the grief spiel in person is wonderful, but sometimes it's hard to like find your words, right? Especially in grief, you want to say the right thing. And so sometimes we would craft emails, and I share these emails in the book because I loved the idea of being very practical and just showing exactly what we did. But I wrote these emails, and Gail wrote these emails to people that we would carefully craft, full of love, right? If we're giving somebody a note, we want to say, we love you, thank you for helping us, thank you for supporting us. But there's this one thing that's difficult for us to hear. And so that was sort of our main mode, was like, send an email, pack it full of love, and then tell the person the note to please change this behavior because it's hurting us. And one time we had a friend, a very close friend, dear friend, who was very supportive, but just had a strange habit of narrating our grief. So she would, as a way to connect with us, I think in a way to show how deeply she felt our loss, because she also loved Ruby and Heart and loved us. She would sort of tell us how we were feeling. And to our ears in that early grief, it hurt. It hurt us to hear her very vivid, beautiful, poetic words describing how she thought we felt. And so we wrote her an email and said, this thing's happening, and please don't narrate our grief, and we want to talk to you. Let's take a walk and talk about it. And we were nervous to send that email because that was almost more direct than the other emails, because it was specifically pointing out a behavior that was hard for us to hear. And it's hard to do with a friend. But she wrote back right away this amazing email where she said, thank you for sending this email out. And I've never had to accompany somebody who's lost both their children before. And I'm certain to fall on my feet because I don't know what I'm doing. And it's so helpful to hear some guidance. And I'm paraphrasing. And then we went on the walk together. And she said something else to me on the walk, which I also thought was so beautiful. She said, I can imagine how hard it would be to send an email like that. And it means so much to me that you value our friendship so much that you're willing to send such a personal email to me. And she was absolutely right about that. It took a lot of effort and thought and care and, chutzpah to send an email to a dear friend like that. And part of us wanted to say, oh, forget it. Let's just never talk to her again. No, let's actually trust in our friendship and send her an email. And we've remained very close friends ever since. And I'm so grateful that we were able to overcome that obstacle, and another tool in which Gail and I have found that helps us keep our community close is in rituals. So very early on in the Jewish tradition, you're supposed to mark the end of Shloshim, which is the first 30 days after the funeral. You're supposed to mark it with some kind of a ceremony. And they don't tell you what the ceremony is. You're supposed to make up your own ceremony. And at first that was daunting, like make it up ourselves. Well, what are we supposed to do? And then we thought about it and we thought, well, what would be meaningful to Gail and I? What would be meaningful to Ruby and Hart and their memories? And we came up with a gathering at a park. It's called the Los Angeles Arboretum. It's a beautiful park in Arcadia, about an hour or 45 minutes east of Los Angeles. And we went there a lot as a family, the four of us. We loved it. Their whole lives, we've gone to this park. Many, many memories. And so we held it there. We found two trees, these Engelmann oaks. Their branches are interlocking, almost as if they're hugging each other. It's so beautiful. We got a dedicated name plaques put on the trees, dedicated to Ruby and one to Hart. And we gathered a group of friends together and we sang a song, we held hands, we shared stories about Ruby and Hart, and we had this very meaningful, we laughed and we cried, a very meaningful gathering. And in a way, it taught me, here's an opportunity. Anytime I'm having a tough holiday coming up, I could hold a ritual gathering, it could be small, just a couple people, just a gathering to commemorate Ruby and Hart and our love for them and our loss, and it would help me get through tough days. And that's held true. So they were killed 4.5 years ago, and I've held many, many gatherings. And it's funny, I think some people think, oh, you're holding another ritual gathering, you're holding another memorial. Why aren't you over it? Are you too obsessed with death, right? You're too locked in grief. But actually, it's the opposite. Holding these gatherings, commemorating Ruby and Hart's lives, it's a way for me to move through grief and not be stuck, actually. It's a way for me to be more alive and more present in my current life and not trapped in the past. So I think there's a misconception out there that having a shrine in your home is somehow keeping you trapped. But actually, I think it's the opposite. My experience is it's the opposite. Having these rituals where we commemorate the dead allow us to live more fully in the present. So that's been a wonderful tool as well. And one more tool I want to mention is I had a policy early on of saying yes to everything. So the instinct was say no to everything, right? Somebody says, "Oh, do you want to go walk on Saturday?" I'd say no. No. And I found myself saying no to everything. And I thought, oh, wait, what if I say yes to everything? Like literally everything, no matter what somebody suggests, if I say yes to it, even though I don't want to, or I don't know if I'll be able to, in a way, it's putting me back into life. And that was a very useful tool early on to keep my friendships, because we were having a shared activity and we were going on a walk together. And it was so empowering to be able to talk about my grief with a friend on a walk rather than being alone at home and just sort of sinking in the shapeless morass of grief. So even though I didn't want to say yes to anything, I just sort of instinctually knew that would be pulling away from life. And so I said, say yes to everything. And it helped me. It helped me. I did a lot of strange things, but some of them weren't great. But overall, it was a great experience to do that.
Oh, Colin, thank you so much. That was absolutely amazing. And thank you for these ideas and ways to keep the community close, because I know it is such an important thing. There'll be people that are good grievers and people who aren't. And I'll say one thing too. I think you have to decide whether you're going to forgive the people who weren't good at first, who drop back in after you're not quite as bereaved. They can handle it at different stages. And Heidi,
Yeah.
you also always say, if all they can give you is going to the gym or going to a movie, take it.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
maybe there are friends that are on the earth that distract us from our grief and give us a break.
Yeah.
Maybe there are shallow friends, and then we've got our friends that can stick with us. I love so
Absolutely.
much of what you said, Colin, and the idea that rituals allow us to live more fully, and commemorating people allows us to move through our grief. It doesn't mean we're stuck.
Yeah. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you, Colin. It's so great to see you again. And as Heidi said, he's been on our shows, and you can go to Open to Hope and find him. And again, everything's recorded, so you're going to be able to listen to it again and tell your friends and family about it. Thank you, Colin.
Thanks, Colin.
Thank you.
All right. So our next panel is Dear to Heidi's Heart as a bereaved
It
sibling.
is. This is our sibling loss panel. I do not know what I would do without the brothers and sisters, my chosen family that are on this panel today. When you lose a sibling, you create other sibling relationships. And I have certainly done that with this group. They're phenomenal. They've all had the death of a brother or sister. And they've all gone on to have hope and to support others through their own journey. And we couldn't do it alone. We do it as a community, as Colin showed us.
Great, Heidi. And I know you have a special bond with these people.
I
Some of them you've
do.
mentored, I know, and some of them you've gone through it together.
Exactly. Some of them have mentored me. We're doing it together.
I mean, can I say one thing
Yes, of
about it?
course.
The Compassionate Friends, when they do their national conference this summer in New Orleans, these folks will be there, and
Oh,
you'll
yeah.
be able, if you've had a sibling pass away, you're going to be able to come and really have quite a sibling community.
Meet any one of these people and you will connect with everybody at the conference very quickly. Don't judge us if we look like we're having fun, okay? Sometimes we need to take a break from our grief, and sometimes that's how we honor our brother and sister.
And also, if you've got younger siblings or kids that you want to bring, these guys will mentor them into groups, and it'll be a wonderful bonding, sharing experience.
Absolutely. So they all have done a lot. I made it very short to give them some time because it's a little bit of a larger panel. So, okay, so Xander is moderating our panel today. Hey, Xander.
Hey, how are you?
Xander Sprague is awesome. He is a best-selling author. He's written 3 books. He is a speaker, a licensed professional clinical counselor. He serves on the National Board of Directors as the sibling representative for the Compassionate Friends, and he does this in honor of his sister, Lucy. So, Xander, thank you. Please go to his site and check him out. He's also been on a lot of Open to Hope shows, so please go look at him. He is going to moderate the panel. We have Elizabeth DeVita Rayburn on it also, a dear friend. She works at Everyday Health. She is a journalist. She has written a phenomenal book. She's written a book on cancer and then a book on sibling loss called The Empty Room, Understanding Sibling Loss. She's been interviewed by numerous media outlets and written many, many articles on grief and loss and on sibling loss. What is my mother's trying to bother me here, guys?
The end of your pickle.
She's trying to.
Oh, am I supposed to do that? Am I
No,
supposed to do that? Okay.
I'm doing this. She only bothers me when I'm trying to do sibling stuff. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, okay? We know what
I want to be part of it.
we knew what the parents do, okay? They want to get in here. Okay, Dr. Chris Lorenko. I met him when he was a little 11-year-old. He's now Dr. Chris, okay? He serves on the National Board of Directors for the Compassionate Friends. He honors his 2 brothers who died together in a boating accident when the wires fell and it was electrocuted. Chris, I don't know if I know your brothers' names. What are they?
Zach and Alex.
Zach and Alex. I know that because my son is Alex. Okay, Zach and Alex. He honors their lives. And Cindy Tart, where's my Cindy? My Southerner.
Hey.
Cindy is one of my Fab Five sisters. She is a clinical social worker. She is a former board member for the Compassionate Friends, and she served as their sibling rep, and she does her work in honor of her little brother, Dennis. Hey, Cindy. I always get into my Southern accent when I'm with Cindy. Jason Wendroff-Ronicky. I met Jason's parents before I met Jason through the Compassionate Friends. Jason is a somatic grief therapist. He is a certified yoga educator and co-founder of Shine Yoga Center, has been on many of our shows. And then there's his sidekick, Jordan Ferber.
Sidekick?
Oh,
What do you
yeah.
mean?
Oh, yeah. You're not a sidekick. You're not a none of you are sidekicks. You know that. Forget about it.
No, they're all kids.
Oh, yeah. Jordan is a stand-up comic in New York City.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, yeah. He is a podcaster and a public speaker, and his popular podcast is called Where's the Grief? Okay, guys, take it from here. I love you all so much. I will see you in New Orleans. I can't wait. We'll do more shows together, more podcasts, more everything. Okay, Mom, I'm done. Love you. Bye,
Love
everybody.
you. Bye.
Love you.
Okay, everyone. So I got just a couple of questions. Let's try and keep our answers somewhat brief because we don't have a ton of time here. But what has been the most challenging part of your loss? And I'll start off with Jordan.
Well, obviously, I think the most challenging part in the beginning is having ownership of my own experience. I feel like the first couple of years after my brother died, it felt like not a lot of people cared about my own process. Everything was focused on my parents. It's always all about, you got to take care of your parents. You got to be strong for them. Very few people were concerned about what I was going through. Very few people ask you, how are you doing? And I think, even though I was lucky that my parents didn't put that on me, they didn't put that pressure on me, society puts that on you. And I feel like it's hard to get out from underneath that. It's hard to not believe that for yourself. So I feel like the hardest part for me was definitely giving myself permission to be able to do it the way that I do it, and give myself the grace to be able to take care of myself without worrying about whether or not I was doing it correctly. Because beating myself up for what my process was its own thing that I had to battle.
Sure. Anyone else want to jump in with an answer on that one? Sure, Elizabeth.
I mean, I would agree with Jordan that that's a huge aspect of this loss from us. I don't think I've talked to a sibling who hasn't said what he just said.
Mhm.
But trying to think of another piece of it, I think one thing I struggled with was figuring out what I had lost, because siblings are so intertwined with your identity that it's one of my therapists once referred to it as the water the goldfish doesn't see. So it was I had lost this massive piece of myself, but I couldn't even define what had been lost. So thinking about my relationship and what was missing.
Sure.
And for me, it was learning to take care of myself. Like, I didn't realize that I was even supposed to be dealing with this grief thing, because I got all of those messages of take care of your parents and be strong and all of that kind of stuff. And I was like, what about me? Like, what about my grief? How can I take care of myself first so that I could be available for my parents?
I think it was very isolating, I think is the word that comes to mind for me. I had very little support from family, very little support from any friends, and I was very young at the time. So it's a very isolating experience to go through something like this. And I know one of the things that we talk about a lot at the national level is that people expect you to be over a loss after a couple of weeks. So that's kind of society's opinion of loss. So after, a few weeks, it's okay, everything's fine, move on. And I just felt very, very isolated. I would say that's the most challenging part.
I would agree. And I would also agree too, that it's the how's your parents? And Jordan does a great workshop on that about how's your mother. The forgotten mourners, the label that we've kind of been given. That's the most difficult part to me, is I felt like just screaming, what about me?
Yeah. And I would say I would just tack on to that since no one asked about me, I started off and began to think that my loss was somehow less significant than my parents. It's different, but it's no less significant. Okay, another question. What do you do in memory of your brother or sister that brings you happiness?
I do a
Well,
lot. We do a lot in my brother's name. My family started a foundation in my brother's memory. We have a full 2-year scholarship in his name at the Culinary Institute of America. He was a pastry chef, so we have a full 2-year scholarship in the pastry program up there. And we do a big fundraiser for it every year. This coming summer will be our 19th annual fundraiser. We've raised over $1 million over the past 18 years in support of this, and just found out recently that we're going to be naming the Learning Center at the Culinary Institute after Russell as well. So that's
Awesome.
exciting. So we do a lot to be able to keep saying his name and keep sharing his story and keep telling people, about him and sharing his legacy. Always a big deal.
For me, it was actually starting in 2019. We started, Cindy and I had a conversation about maybe starting an online Zoom for peer support for siblings. And I didn't realize how much that was going to build and grow over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. But, every week when I sit behind my computer and I write my weekly newsletter and update, and every week when I hop on the meetings and I get a chance to talk about my sister and help people manage the grief themselves, that is really what brings me happiness. And I think it's really inspired by my sister Lauren, who passed over 25 years ago. So that's what I do every week.
Absolutely. And I think mine too is keeping the local Fayetteville area chapter here in North Carolina open. My parents were the ones that started that group back in 1987, and I'm now the chapter leader. So making sure that that stays open and it's a safe place that after almost 38 years, I can still go and say his name. And nobody thinks I'm crazy.
I would second what everyone has already said. I do a lot of volunteer work in memory of my brothers, and that means a lot to me because that's the kind of thing that I would never have done otherwise. I'm not usually an emotional person. I'm a math person, so doing all of this work, talking about grief and losses takes me outside of my comfort zone, and that's something I would do outside of, that's something that I do in honor of my 2 brothers.
And I do a lot of writing about sibling loss to try and bring awareness. But I also feel like just every day, the way I lead my life has a lot to do with my brother's example and the way he led his during his long illness, and just sort of approaching the world with curiosity and all of that is something I try to bring forward as a way to honor him and live my life better. So.
And these are all great. I mean, everything's wonderful. I too, my family started a foundation, and what I like to say is it feels so much better to do great things in Lucy's memory than to just dwell on the fact that we lost her. So, as I like to say, it feels so much better to celebrate the rainbow that was her life and not just the dot that marked the end. Okay, this may be a tough one for us to answer, but what does your association with TCF mean to you?
I'll be first to answer that one. I jump on this. My association with TCF means it saved my life and my family's life. That's what it means to me. It allowed my parents to understand that I was grieving too. Like Chris said, the volunteer work that I've done with TCF, it's my safe space. If I want to cry after 38 years, nobody thinks I'm crazy. So that's what TCF means to me. You know what? I jokingly have said, I'm going to be here with blue hair and a walker and 90 something and still going. That's okay.
We all will.
I would agree with Cindy that it's been very beneficial for family dynamics, helping there. I think the interesting thing on my end for TCF is that my relationship with the organization has changed over the years. Very early on, I went for support, and that's what it meant for me. Now TCF is an outlet to help others. It was actually Heidi who called me and conned me into running for the board about 4 years ago. And now I'm the treasurer. So, I mean, it's a position I never saw myself in, but I think the relationship has changed over the years where early on it was great for personal support and now is trying to help others. And that's both of those things are very meaningful to me.
For me, it was actually finding my purpose, which has really been quite incredible over the course of the last few years. And Chris, I actually had the opposite. In the beginning, I didn't want to have anything to do with, the whole grief thing. I was like, I just shut that down within myself. And then once I sort of got a better understanding how I needed to deal with grief for me, using like my physical body and taking care of my health and using yoga and meditation, then I was like, oh, now I can go back and help others do that. And so that's what has really, coming back to TCF and really being of service to people has been really my calling, and realizing that my own unique perspective needs to be heard. So that's what is allowing me to be on this panel to begin with, and then continuing to, to expand and do what I do. And for the TCF stands for the Compassionate Friends, if anyone doesn't understand the, just what that means.
Yeah.
The acronym, sorry.
I'll say, I sort of just reiterate again, a little bit of what other people have said. It was a game changer finding TCF. The funny thing is that I started going to TCF initially so that my parents would shut up about it. That was my feeling, is that it wasn't going to be helpful and we'd never have to speak about it again once I went. And now I run my local chapter and they don't come. So the irony is not lost on me. But I feel like, I've often said, there's no substitute for having a place where we can talk about this stuff with people who really get it. And I found TCF and having other people that were going through a similar thing way more helpful than going to a therapist that hadn't lost a sibling. Unfortunately, learning about this type of grief cannot be learned from a book, in the same way that you can't really learn how to swim from a book. You got to get in the water. And too many of us were pushed directly into the deep end. And I'm lucky that I was surrounded by as many lifeguards as TCF has provided and pulled me out. So I'm lucky that I get to be in a long line of people who have helped keep that process and that program going.
Absolutely. And I mean, I didn't actually discover TCF until I was 19 years into my loss. And I so wish I had discovered, the Compassionate Friends way before. But since I'm here, it was the family I never knew I needed. And I am so grateful and thankful that I have all my TCF sibs. Getting to hang out together is honestly indescribable. That time, I know so many of us look so forward to it, and then when we're in there, it's this oasis of understanding, support, learning, and then when you leave at the end of the conference, it's a horrible letdown. But now we have Zoom groups and we stay so connected, and I think that's wonderful. I see how it makes me so happy to see how the Compassionate Friends helps so many people, not just siblings, but parents, and how transformative that is. And it's exciting, and I'm honored to be able to carry on from Cindy as a sibling rep and help expand the awareness for sibling survivors, because we just need more sibs at the conference.
Yep.
Agreed.
Okay. What advice do you have for sibling survivors? Always a hard one. Yes, Chris.
I have several. It's okay if I go first. I think that kind of the typical advice I give to people is find someone who you can talk to, who won't judge you. It can be very difficult to find that, but I mean, TCF is one venue where you can find something like that, finding a group of other people who have been through the same loss. And I feel like I have a group of people who I can call at 5 a.m. if I have to, and get support, and that's extremely valuable. I also think that another piece of advice I often give out is, you know, there's nothing wrong, especially early on in your grief, to still go and do things that you enjoy and to still kind of try to find a purpose for your own life. It can be very difficult, and it can make you feel very guilty to go and do things. And so I always advise, try to find something that makes you feel better. If it's watching TV, reading a book, playing video games, going for a drive, whatever it is, it's a great thing to do to kind of bring some comfort to yourself. So yeah, the main one that I go to is to try to find someone who you can talk to at any time. And then the only other thing I wanted to throw out there, and then I'll pass it off to everyone else, is this isn't directly for the siblings themselves, but for people around them. There's oftentimes a belief that we're not grieving because we might not actually show it. And just because, your child doesn't want to talk about their grief with you doesn't mean they're not talking about it with someone. It's been more than 20 years for me. I have never talked about my grief with my parents ever. It's just not something that I'm comfortable with doing, and that's totally fine.
Great advice, Chris. Okay,
would-
sibling panel.
I would echo that and just find your community. I was also someone who didn't find compassionate friends till much later, and my community comes just more so at this point from people I found through interviewing other people, and that completely changed my mindset and my ability to cope. So.
For me, it's doing one thing, no matter how small, to take care of your body, because our brain gets completely rewired once we lost our sibling. And in order to take care of your body, you're actually taking care of your mental health as well. So making sure that you're doing something, like, I don't care how small it is, like eating a meal, going for a quick short walk, getting outside, moving your body in some way, something super simple. Don't make it too complicated, but just enough so that you can get some physical vitality, because that helps with your mental health as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would say advice I give to sibling survivors is that every day you have a choice of whether you want to talk about your loss or not. But just because today I choose not to talk about Lucy doesn't mean I never want to talk about her. It just means today is not a good day. And there's so much power in utilizing that choice and defining your loss and not having it completely define you.
I agree with that, Xander, and echo what many others have said. And that would be definitely to take care of yourself. My advice to sibling survivors is take care of yourself, because many times over, we're reminded, take care of your parents. They lost their child. And my advice is take care of yourself. Find your tribe. My tribe consists of 4 other women who also lost brothers, and plus hundreds of other more people. But definitely those 4 women, I know, like Chris said, I could call them at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It does not matter. I could probably call anybody on this panel at that time of the morning and they'd talk. But again, find your people, find your tribe that you're comfortable with in talking about your grief to. Like Chris said, sometimes you're not comfortable in talking to your parents, or like Jordan said earlier, not comfortable in talking to a therapist who's not a bereaved sibling. Find your people.
Yep.
Absolutely. And we have just I think about 3 more minutes, so we can, anything else anyone would like to say about sibling loss, community?
Let me just hop in, because I know there were a couple of questions. So if anyone wants that access to the Zoom links, you can click my website that's in my thing, somaticgrieftherapy.com, and there's a button that says free peer support for siblings, and you can access it that way. And there's also another website called siblingisland.com. It takes you to the same place regardless. So yeah, and then you'll get my weekly updates every week.
I would throw out there something that I think almost all of us on this panel would agree with, is that if you have someone, if you have a child who's experienced sibling loss and you tell them, hey, I want to take you to a grief conference, they're going to say absolutely not. So all of us, I think, were forced into coming to our first one, and now we all go way more than anyone who forced us to go. So it really is a good experience, if possible, to take your if you have kids who are bereaved siblings, to have them come to an event like the Compassionate Friends National Conference, because they will get that peer support that they need.
And it's not going to be all like doom and gloom. That's the one thing that you know, like Heidi said, even before she introduced us, that we go to the conferences and we hang out together and we're able to really talk openly. We laugh and we, you know, just have a good time with one another and talk about our siblings in a really positive way. Not not always. It is challenging in some aspects, but there's always going to be some laughter. There's going to be some singing. There's going to be some, you know, some happiness and joy mixed in with that.
Yeah,
Like Jason said, it's not all. Go ahead, Jordan.
I always say at the conference that, you know, the workshops are great and all the stuff that happens at the conference officially is great, but we get our best work done in the in-between times.
Yeah.
You know, we get our best work done at the bar, you know, or at the, you know, in the hallway. It's a full immersive experience, and it's nice to be surrounded by that kind of energy for an entire weekend. There's really nothing quite like it.
Yeah, and for the younger siblings, there's also going to be like a grief camp. So there's something for everybody.
There is. I want to thank you all because you are building so much awareness. You all know we are minimized and unacknowledged often, and the sibling grief is real and it's big and it's just as significant as any other type of loss. So thank you for building awareness for this. I love you all. I'll see you in New Orleans, or before that. I'm going to do more shows on sibling loss because, you know, I'm going to be bringing you in like I always do, because we need to get the word out there to help siblings all over the world. And that's what you're doing.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Love you, Heidi. Love you guys.
Okay, we got a little business going here. First of all, I want to thank Heidi Horsley for being my co-host, my guest, my pal, my friend, and we've had a wonderful time for how many years, Heidi?
Many, but stay on. We're going to do a
Oh, don't
candle
go
lighting.
ahead. Yeah,
we're going to do a candle lighting
everybody
after
stay
this.
on. This isn't the closing. We're going to do a candle lighting. We're going to keep going with the candle lighting so the pictures can be on for a long time. So we are going to kind of wrap up a little bit, but stay on because we're going to have Alan Peterson. He's going to come on. Heidi will be introducing him, but we want to give you a minute now to get your pictures and your candles and get things ready. So before we want you to thank Rebecca Horsley Barra, my daughter, Heather Horsley, John Rampton, and Ryan Green, and of course Heidi, for making this show happen today. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, and this team is absolutely amazing.
And of course, Dr. Gloria here. She is our trailblazer. We just try to keep up. She's phenomenal.
And I wanted to mention again, our book with my fiance, Frank Powers. Our new book is Open to Love, The Secrets of Senior Dating. I want you to know that 100% of the money that goes for this book will go to the Open to Hope Foundation, and it will be released on Valentine's Day, and you can pre-order it right now on Amazon. And now we are going to play the music from Open to Love that Jill Bucci wrote, that is inspired by this book. We'll have the background music, and so you can get your candles, and then Heidi's going to introduce Alan Peterson, and he will be doing the closing. And we will also, if you stay on with your pictures, you'll hear Open to Love with the lyrics. Thank you very much for joining us today. We love you all.
Hang on. Get your candles and get your match in case you couldn't hear my mother. And we are going to go get our candles.
Yeah. They're on. Yeah. And get your candles. The team going to join us here. Okay. Got our candle. You got yours, Heidi. Let's light up. Hey. Becca's going to light those. Want to come back in? Is this that? Getting our candles lit. All right. Thank you, Rebecca.
Alan.
There's Alan Peterson. Heidi, you're going to introduce Alan.
Okay. Let's see. You take the candle home so I don't burn something down.
All right, Alan. So good to see
Howdy.
you. We've got our candles, Alan. Where's Rebecca and Heather? They got to be in here
Yeah,
too.
you want to sit right here? Hi, Alan. My sisters are hiding from you. Here they go.
Come sit by me, Rebecca.
They should be. They should be hiding. Hi, everybody.
Heather, come sit by me. There we go. Hi, Alan.
Heidi.
Back so we can all be in the picture. Heidi's going to introduce you. Go for it, Heidi.
Okay, many of you know Alan Peterson. Alan is an award-winning speaker, songwriter, and recording artist. Since the death of his 18-year-old daughter, Ashley, in 2001, Alan has traveled to more than 1,500 cities, speaking and playing his original music. Alan served for 4 years as the executive director at the Compassionate Friends, the largest grief organization in the world. His ministry is to bring hope and healing to people that have had a loss. Thank you, Alan, so much. I know you've done many, many candle lightings, and there's no one that does it better than you.
Well, thank you so much. And, I want to say it's truly an honor to be a part of a day like today. Obviously, so many speakers and so much incredible information. And I just wanted to thank you and all the people that support you, the staff there at Open to Hope, for providing a day like this. Because I go back to August 15th of 2001 when my daughter was killed in an automobile accident. And early on in grief, as most people today can relate to, we're just looking for information. Anybody that can relate to us. And I remember looking for books or resources or how could I get information? And, and that wasn't that long ago, 2001. And then I think of today where somebody who's hurting and looking for hope can tune into something like today and get more information in one day than I could get over the course of several years. And that all happens because people who care, your family, in honor of your Scott, your brother, and your son Scott, have brought this to us. So I want to commend you. I look, the list of speakers today are just some of the best and brightest in the world. And you've brought them all together and covered this wide range of grief and loss and how to survive, and not only how to survive, but how to thrive. So thank you. I've loved working with Open to Hope for nearly 20 years.
In Florida.
What an honor today to be a part of this. So we're going to close it with a little candle lighting. And I wrote this song back in 2003. I was in Atlanta, Georgia at the National Conference of the Compassionate Friends. And we had a candle lighting that night with about 1,500 people in a ballroom at the hotel. And when all the candles were lit, and these people were holding candles, every one of them in honor of their sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, grandchildren. And when all the candles were lit that night, a lone bagpipe player began playing Amazing Grace. He came into the room from a distance and came up across the center stage. And I remember leaving that night so impacted because I was able to feel something that I hadn't been able to feel, something with all of us holding that most pure of light in honor of those we love who are no longer with us. And I went back to my hotel room that night and I said, you know what, I got to write what it is I feel. And that's what I did. And I wrote this song with really no intention. And it just somehow caught on and it's played all over the world. And it's just been an honor to perform this 1,500 times, 1,600 times over the last 20 years. So I'm honored to share it today. And I dedicate this song, as you all hold your candles, I dedicate it to your loved ones, your children, grandchildren, your brother, your sister, your husband, your wife, your friend, your loved one, with the theme that love didn't die the day they died. Love still lives on and on. And sometimes it takes just stopping and taking a minute away from our busy life and all that's going around us and just holding on to a candle as that ritual and that symbol of that love. So we're going to play this song for you, and I invite you to hold your candle. And before we play it, just take a little breath, breathe in through your nose and gently let it go, and try to go back and find a memory.
And
Just find a
and
memory.
open your cameras so we can see you. Everybody.
Yes. Yeah, everybody. But find a memory and just hold on to it and sit with it while we play this song for you. And it's called Tonight I Hold This Candle.
Tonight I hold this candle in memory of you, hope in some way, somehow, my love will shine through. I close my eyes, lost in the glow. There are so many things I want you to know. This candle says I love you. This candle says I miss you. This candle is saying I remember you. When I'm holding it toward heaven, it feels like you are near. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright, it says I'm wishing you were here. In the glow of this candle, I can almost see your smile, and it carries me away for a little while to another time, another place, when all it took to light up my world was your beautiful face. This candle says I love you. This candle says I miss you. This candle is saying I remember you. When I'm holding it toward heaven, it feels like you are near. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright. It says I'm wishing you were here. Someday, some way, I'll see you again. I'll hold you in my heart until then. This candle says I love you. This candle says I miss you. This candle is saying I remember you. When I'm holding it toward heaven, it feels like you are near. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright, it says I'm wishing you were here. If you're looking down tonight and see this candle burning bright, it says I'm wishing you were here. This candle says I love you.
Fabulous, Alan. As always, the
Thank
candle,
you.
such an inspiration. You are a wonderful person.
Love you.
The Horsley family loves you, right, girls?
Yes, we miss them. All of us on this call, everybody I know out there.
We'll be seeing you all very soon.
All right, and now we're going to hear a special song, which is a song "Open to Love," written by her Jill Colucci and her co-writer, "Open to Love," in honor of our book, "Open to Love."
You've been alone. Sometimes it feels like forever, all on your own, trying to hold it together. Love is the answer, but it seems so hard to find. Here's hoping the stars line up this time. Open to love, ready to fly, with your arms and your heart open wide, ready to dream, make them come true, 'cause there's somebody waiting for you. Open to love. Ready to dance. Can you hear the music playing? Another chance to hear what your heart is saying. Lean in a little closer, take it one step at a time, leaving your inhibitions behind. Open to love, ready to fly, with your arms and your heart open wide, ready to dream, make them come true, 'cause there's somebody waiting for you. Open to love.
All right. We want to thank everybody for joining us on this show today, and the Horsley family and all of our supporters. We want to say to you, if you've lost hope, please lend on ours until you find your own, and God bless. And we'd like to finish this event by having all of us at the count of three say our loved one's name. 1, 2, 3.
Scott.
Love.
Good day, and thanks, everyone.
Open to love.
Thank you, Alan. We're sorry if we cut you off. We didn't mean to.
Alan, were you going to do more with the candle lighting?
No,